you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
Tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. Found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Cancer Care and Awareness.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the lovely viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you to this episode of Cancer Care and Awareness. Before we dive deep into knowing about cancer and its precautions and more awareness about cancer care, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath inside, calm mind. Let's chant Om. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. As the cancer is growing in the body, in the minds of people, and in every house, it's very important to raise awareness about it, to let people know what it is, how it happens, as it is also a very silent thing that just comes into your life and takes away everything, from the peace of mind to the wealth you have, and also the last breath, just to increase those little spans of life and to manage your life in the tough times. We have this episode, which is specially dedicated to know about cancer, to make people aware about cancer, and also to let people know about what actually it is and how it can be managed and prevented. And to talk further on that, I'm really very delighted to have two wonderful people on screen with me. From Midlands, our episode producer of this episode, as well as South Asian Health Association lead, Kirit Mistry, Global Namaste. And we also have Dr. Lalit Soda, our senior anchor and reporter, as well as a chiropractor from London. Global Namaste and a very good afternoon to both of you.
Hello, namaste to you, Amrita.
Namaste, Amrita.
And Kirit Bhai Mistry,
So,
good namaste to you too.
yes, Kirit Bhai, please let our people know about it, and then we have our view from Dr. Lalit Soda. Over to you first. Thank you.
Okay, so to a global namaste to all of our viewers today, and also to our presenters who will be joining us. It's been we've been raising awareness of cancer over the last 2 years, particularly because the NHS here in the UK developed a program called Core 20+5, which I've actually raised awareness before. But the key program was really to initiate better early diagnosis and screening of cancer. That was one of the key areas of the 5 areas that the health and equalities agenda was due to tackle. The other 4 was maternity, severe mental illness, hypertension, and respiratory. You'll be hearing later on from our Star Cancer Connectors. We launched the program yesterday again, where we're going to be recruiting more connectors. But most importantly, before we go further, I think we should pay tribute to people that are suffering with cancer, or some people who have been lost with cancer. And sadly, I've just found out a friend of mine, his wife passed away a few days ago with cancer as well. So it's really more important that we raise awareness, but we need to get the diagnosis early, because sadly, what our communities are facing is maybe they're not going to their appointments or their screening, so they end up at late stage, and sadly the health can't do anything about it. So clearly today is very important to raise awareness, to look at how we can prevent it, but also once people have been diagnosed, what they could do to better manage, and that's where our connectors come in.
Yeah. Dr. Lalit, you have been a chiropractor, as well as you have traveled so much. You see so many clinical patients, and the cancer as a disease, it comes up in a very different way, and it takes away a lot of things. So what are your thoughts on that, and how people can be made aware about all this? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A global namaste to all the viewers and all the speakers on this program today. Wonderful question from a complementary, or I'd like to say alternative care viewpoint about cancer. And patients are patients, human beings are human beings. When patients come to us with back pain, we absolutely cannot ignore certain signs and symptoms and the case history, which may be leading to us thinking whether females coming with back pain or middle back pain, probably coming from breast cancer or lower back pain, pain like sciatic pain. I'm not saying every sciatica or every lower back pain is cancer related, but we cannot rule those things out. And particularly when advancing age comes through, with men, particularly with back pain and leg pain, one thing we really have to be concerned about is prostate cancer. I'm sure very many different conditions are going to be discussed today, but all I'm trying to paint the picture is here that yes, it is so important for us, everyone, to one, detect it early, diagnose it early, put them on the right track, follow the right procedures that actually our wonderful National Health Service is doing. You know, we sometimes tend to put NHS down, but how many times do they send you a reminder, go for your screening? It's under the national health care, and people ignore those messages. So I would say personally from my practice, we picked up colon cancer, prostate cancer, and those were the guys who actually went for screening. Can you imagine the ones who don't? So early detection, same as Mr. Mystery said, early detection, raise the awareness, and absolutely early treatment will certainly give them a prolonged life. Yeah, so 100% agree with what has been said, and that I share the same view with him.
And just to add, Dr. Lalit, not everyone knows, but there's a 2 weeks cancer pathway. So as soon as you have the symptoms, right, you can go to your GP, and the GP has to refer you within 2 weeks of a cancer pathway, and the hospital will pick you up quickly. That will help us to look at addressing the kind of late diagnosis. So very important. We also let our viewers know who are in the UK to know about the pathways.
Absolutely, for enlightening us on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's hear from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, what he has to say. Global namaste to you, Neil Kumar, and a very warm welcome to this episode.
A global namaste, Kirit, Lalit, Amrita. What an important subject we are discussing today. And there is a point to ponder that people have been dying from cancer literally from dinosaur time, but they didn't know it was called cancer. So much so that Kampala, which is in Uganda, which started one of the first cancer statistics, only opened up, I think, in late 1950s. So if it was late 1950s, so many people died before, maybe they didn't know what cancer was. And cancer now is talked about in every country. Almost every country has got cancer departments. And that really is amazing that in last 150 years, 200 years, people have identified certain cancers. And recently, lots and lots other cancers have come in. So what an important subject we are talking. And as Kirit said, let's pay tribute to people who have survived and fought cancer. One of our lead at Philippines, Timmy Cruz, has not only bounced back, and she was a star in her region. She's back again to stardom. Just recently released film. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Lalit, you are a chiropractor, and Amrita asked you a right question. Of course, you are not there to diagnose cancer, but because you are a senior chiropractor and with over 30 years experience at the deep end, do you feel sometimes that you recognize the cancer symptoms, and then suggest to people that, look, would you like to get extra checks done?
Mr. Nilkumar, absolutely yes. Yes. And first of all, I'll say literally, I'm just due to go next week for my 35th reunion as a chiropractor, graduated 35 years ago from Toronto. Sad to say, last week we also lost our classmate to cancer, 61
Oh,
of age, and he died of colon cancer. And one of the things is that I think it was colon cancer, I'm pretty certain, but there's obviously different parts of the colon that you can get cancer in. Anyway, so yes, and this often just presents as back pain, abdominal pain, and you question and you get some wonderful answers from their questions, and the light flashes in your brain thinking, aha, there's more than just a biomechanical cause to the back pain. This is an alarm bell ringing. Refer for blood tests, for MRI, for X-ray, for CT, whatever is the right appropriate method of diagnosis. And so, yes, we would immediately do that. And to that, I would also share the very first patient I saw when I came to England 30 years ago was an 84-year-old gentleman with simple back pain, leg pain, a sciatica, excruciating pain. He came to me with no history of anything except pain. It just didn't sound right. And this was my gut feeling. And we sent him for a blood report, a blood test, and lo and behold, within a week, because they had private tests done, prostate was it was malignant. It had spread quite a bit. So yes, we would definitely refer patients out for the appropriate testing procedures.
wow. And one would have thought that physiotherapy is there for physiotherapy and chiropractor is there for chiropractic. But what a detailed knowledge that they could have.
Yes.
And they could even detect a certain ailments even before people realize. And 35 years. Now, you don't look that old. You look only about 40. So 35 years, and congratulations. And I believe you might be getting an award as well because you are recognized to fly in there.
I'm not sure about that, but I'm the one representative from the United Kingdom because I was the only one in my class who came to the UK to practice out of the 130 of us. So they're going to do some recognition, but I'm not aware of what exactly they will do. But yes, there is a hint I've had.
But we all wish you all the best. And being the most senior reporter and director at Healing Our Earth, I'm sure you'll rustle up some sort of a reel for us to share with our family members.
Absolutely.
So it's so important. And Lalit, you mentioned it was the 84-year-old
Yes.
a patient who had come and seen you.
Yeah.
And, after you've reached innings of 85 years, then our body has got some sort of cancer cells in different departments anyway. But by the time they become malignant, some of them, you pass 90, if you live 90, 95, then hair. When I was talking to a very senior oncologist, he says, after you've reached innings of 90 years, don't worry, just die peacefully, because we do have certain things in our body anyway. Kirit, do you find the South Asian are more susceptible to cancer, or is it equal, or there is no stats which defines which country or which nationality can get cancer in different types?
So from the UK context, we are seeing late detection for some of the South Asian communities, and that's leading to quite severe fatality. What we're going to have later is Dr. Russia. She's been doing a lot of work around cancer within the Asian and ethnic minority communities. So she'll be giving us some really crucial stats. Also, this weekend, we're kind of fortunate in Leicester. We've got two amazing, we have lots of amazing consultants, but the two amazing ones, one's been on our program. He's our consultant for head and neck cancer, Dr. Deju, and the other consultant who's for breast cancer and is Dr. Buki, the short name, but she's actually representing at the ACECO conference, which is the largest oncology conference in the world that's taking place in Chicago. Started a couple of days ago, and sadly she couldn't be with us today, but she has definitely committed to being with us at a future program. But one of the key things that hospitals are now doing in Leicester and others is the consultants are coming out with bringing the screening teams out to the communities, right? So at least we can start getting the screening done if people have missed their opportunities. And sadly, we're going to hear from some of our cancer connectors later. They were late diagnosed, but they survived. But the challenge we still have is within our communities and the wider ethnic communities, is cancer is still a stigma and a taboo, which we need to break. We need to have those conversations. People, if we don't have conversations today, Healing Our Earth is bringing this program. We need to ensure that in our households we start talking about cancer, we start having and other conditions. But it's only if we start talking and having those conversations, we'll be able to save people from our communities getting late detection as well as.
Kirit, you concur with what Dr. Lalit Soda said, that NHS encourages you after the age of 50, you automatically get letters. They hound you with more if you don't keep on coming, and it's free in this country. If you are in United Kingdom, it's free for you. And go and do your test. You might save your life if you do. If you are at stage 1 or stage 2, you've got better chance than at stage 4. And so let's bring our Ayurveda expert here as well and see what Ayurveda suggests on a cancer and see if he has got anything. A global namaste to our Vaidya Rajan Patankar, who is our senior resident Ayurveda expert.
Global namaste to you all. It's a very alarming, definitely subject to our Healing Our Earth, because we in our house has suffered. My mother passed away in 1973 due to breast cancer, and she was also a doctor by profession, and she was doing well. And suddenly something happened, and her weight loss and everything was there. And in those times, there was no chemotherapy available or any operative procedures proper in India. So at that time, just Tata Memorial Foundation was established, and Dr. Borges was the first director of that, and he was a very good friend of my father. Father was also doctor. So father asked him whether I should take her to UK for any other consultation. So he said no, because it's spreading very fast. And at the same time, my mother's grandmother also had a breast cancer, but she survived for 8 years, and my mother hardly 8 months. So we had seen those things. And as per Ayurveda, I should say, there are so many different aspects to regularize our daily and seasonal regime. Proper exercise can definitely help it, because in Maharashtra, at Wagholi near Pune, there is one big institute which was doing this work for last more than 25 years. That is the institute run by Dr. Sardesh Mukh, and they are doing it integrately, because if when chemo is needed or radiation is needed, there are facilities there, and along with that, to control the side effects of all these things, they are doing good work in Ayurveda also. It's a very big institute, and having at least more than 80,000 people screened in their hospital or in their institute. So it's a big one, and we can prevent it, but still awareness in the rural areas is need of the hour, because there breast cancer, cervix cancer, especially in females, are in Maharashtra it's less, but in some parts of Uttar Pradesh or Madhya Pradesh, it's still not awareness is there. So that awareness should be made by us or our doctors is need of the hour. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So then we noticed that even Vaidya Rajan Patankar is saying, like how Lalit said, and particularly Kirit mentioned, that awareness is very important. Spreading the knowledge, because one may have different conditions. So don't be scared. All cancers are not malignant, but malignant cancers needs to be treated faster. Don't be scared. Maybe have a good, healthy life and healthy lifestyle, then you've got lesser chances, but cancer can occur to anybody. And so Amrita, Dr. Rajan Patankar mentioned that her mother died of breast cancer. Today, the breast cancer is so advanced. People screening is also very advanced. Do you find that in India, people are more aware, the female are more aware about breast cancer?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yeah, I think in many sections of society, because India is a very big populous country, so in that way, in many sections of society, the main concern is the the lower middle class and the lower class society where people don't have awareness. And I think a lot of now health campaigns as well as health programs are run by government to increase the awareness, and a lot of women are aware, but still it hasn't come to a stage where we would say, now that's an appreciably really very nice situation. But then um, commonly, if you see in the village, people come to know, women come to know, and they are being taken to the hospital despite um, being somewhere there is a reluctancy on the part of a woman not to share this thing, and also reluctancy in the part of the way that what will happen if I become sick. So in that concern, that emotional thing also is being addressed by a lot of other health workers and people who are working in health industry and health professional to increase the awareness about these kind of cancers. So because there are certain cancers which are emotionally touching. Every cancer is emotionally touching, but then there are certain cancers which you really want to avoid. That, oh, how can I express or tell somebody about this part of my body is having a cancer, and how can it be shared? So all these things to raise your voice and to come out, even in the family, is the first thing. So how should I share it with my husband, my in-laws, or my family? That comes up as a taboo, which I think can be avoided and prevented. The more we share, the more awareness we will create, the better it will be. But it's a very long way to go.
And although you are a female and I asked you, breast cancer can also happen in men. In UK, last year, 400 were diagnosed. Globally, the breast cancer diagnosis, I think, is about 2.5 million. I think it's squashing because there are more treatments available, more people are being aware and getting caught at an early stage. So, I mean, it's one stage that's very important for a female, and later maybe we'll have some female presenters and they will talk about it. So it's important that we bring on subjects that are very, very important. So, Lalit, of course, oncology is not your department as such. As a chiropractor, you say that sometimes you may know what it might be, of course, because you can't diagnose officially and everything. Do you feel, because you treat both the genders, male and female, and otherwise as well, where do you feel more cancer is akin to? Which gender do you feel that have got more chances of cancer? Is there a stats or is there anything that you know? You're, of course, not an oncologist, but from a chiropractic point of view.
Okay, so statistically, different cancers have different genders that get involved. So with men, very commonly the prostate cancer. With women, very commonly the breast cancer. Now, if you look at cancer in general, in terms of abdominal area or liver cancer, liver probably more male dominant than female dominant. If you're looking at a colon cancer, again, I think the stats there are 50-50, and I stand corrected, but I've seen in my personal practice more men with colon cancer than women. Obviously, we've seen a lot of men with prostate cancer and certain other things which brings in a lot of density decrease in bones, which is osteoporosis, may have been caused by parathyroid gland, which are situated in the throat area. And that is also quite common. And funny enough, in our practice in the last recent while, probably about a year and a half, we've had 5 females with that parathyroid cancer that led to decrease in bone density, that led to back pain, and hence we knew that that was what the cause of decreased bone density. So to answer your question, different cancers, different genders, and I've given you some examples there.
Wow. So it's
That's,
what an
yeah,
important, yeah, what an important
yeah.
subject that we are talking about. Kirit, you, of course, you are a lead at SAHA, which is South Asian Health Action, which particularly brings the matters and communications to any South Asian countries, which can be Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, etc., whichever is in South Asia. Do you feel that the outreach is getting better?
So, firstly, as Dr. Lalit has said, I think the prostate cancer within men is something that men are not coming forward. So the suggestion is that every man, once they reach 50, should go to their GP, and they will not get called for it, but they should ask for a PSA test, it's called here, prostate specific antigen. Now, that's not going to give you, that test will help to detect whether, prostate cancer may be in your body. But it's the only test that we have that currently can screen for prostate cancer. But that's for men. We need to push more men. In terms of the other communities, we are seeing, there is health literacy issues within certain communities which have poorer health. So people, Bangladeshi community, Pakistani community, but also from our own Indian community, the newly arrival communities who are from Daman, they don't know the healthcare system. So it's about making sure that the outreach is done. And that's why we're lucky that, we've got cancer alliances across most of England cities. And the one in it's England region, sorry. So the one which supported us is East Midlands Cancer Alliance, and our NHS have given us support to create cancer connectors to go out there and raise awareness and engage with the communities. They're the ones that you're going to hear from later on, some of our cancer connectors, because they're the ones that have lived it, got late diagnosis, but they've lived and survived. So it's only through those messengers going out to the community who speak those languages from those cultural backgrounds, we will hopefully see more detection happening.
And Kirit, Dr. Iodel, who is at the ASCO 25 conference,
yeah,
I love what she has created. It is not always cancer that kills. Sometimes it's the silence. And I think it's so wonderful. Can I bring it up on the screen?
Please do, because she posted it this morning on her LinkedIn, and it's very powerful, and that's something that we should be able to talk more. I mentioned we need to talk, but it's very powerful. And when she comes back, as I said, we're fortunate she's our breast cancer consultant here in Leicester. So
and how simple it is. Look at what the title says. I repeat once again, it's not always cancer that kills. Sometimes it's the silence. So by keeping silent, by not talking about it, by not able to speak to your lover, your spouse, your family, your sibling, your offsprings, you might be killing yourself. And it's just, maybe don't be scared. Maybe discuss. If you are a female and you got a female friend, she might have had an experience. If you are male and you've got a male friend, or if you are close to your physician, there is no harm in talking. Different country has got different health services. So we'll bring this up again later as well. I think it's wonderful to have all these experts. Maybe, Kirit, it's time to visit India, where Isha is waiting and she's raring to go. And if we can just gently bring her in, because she might have some comments already from what she's listening. And, her subject is quite good. And she's also, I believe, a part of an organization in India, which is Access Life Foundation, isn't it, Kirit? So let's bring her on. And let's bring Isha over here and welcome her officially. Kirit, you please, if you could introduce her.
Global namaste to Isha. Well, thank you for joining our Healing Our Earth today. And just a bit of background, I'm really privileged to have you on our platform, and also to share the wonderful work you're doing at the Access for Life Foundation, but also you're the center manager in Chandigarh, which is one of the regions that you've got these centers across India, which you'll tell us more about. But today you're going to talk more about childhood cancer and the work you've been doing around that within the foundation. So over to you. Tell us, and we can have a conversation, or we can, let you start off by introducing yourself and also the wonderful work you've been doing. So my colleagues will hear that as well. And Dr. Amrita is also are you in Chandigarh? No, not Chandigarh, but nearer to that. You are. Okay, so we can have some connections after today as well.
Namaste, everybody, and thank you so much for having me on this forum. It's a privilege to be seeing everyone so clever, smart, and to be hearing all sorts of stuff about cancer that most of us are unaware. Myself, I don't have anyone, fortunately, I would say, from the background where I've seen going through this terrible, disease, but it just came across that I've been around a lot of NGO work, which was predominantly first working for animal welfare, and now started to come into children oncology. And Access Life Assistant Foundation serves our little young children under the age of 14, 0 to 14 years of age, where they are diagnosed with any sorts of cancer. Predominantly what we have been noticing in Chandigarh is blood cancer and tumors. So these are the cancers that, they're just so unknown, and we can't even imagine our little children 6 months or 3 months and going through such a terrible situation. And they have these notions that why as children, we serve well, we villages, because most of these children coming from the underprivileged backgrounds and from sort of, you'd say, rural areas, not so much central cities. So they like we said earlier, there are a lot of notions about it. Just to give you a little bit background about Access Life Assistant Foundation, got started back in 2014 by Mr. Girish Nair, who has a background in finance and had nothing really, to do with such a noble cause earlier. But he just went to Tata Memorial in Mumbai, and that's where he saw lots of children outside on pedestrians, just getting treated on the floors and on the grass, and the the kind of diseases they were catching over there, and the cancer was not just going away. So there's just a sparkle came into his head, thinking maybe I can, contribute in some way, and let's start something really small. So within a little property, you would say like a flat or 2 flats that he had taken on rent, and he decided that let's serve children some very basic needs. So like free housing, a complete support system that provides healthy meals, hospital transport, emotional care, and safe space where they could feel at home while they're going through that treatment for like 6 to 8 months, which we've experienced for our children, till they finally, are announced cancer free. So the whole idea is like why these children need us. What is the reason that access is growing? And now we have got like about 10 centers, like one in Chandigarh, and then Mumbai, we've got Manipal, Bangalore, and Ahmedabad. So we're still growing down south as well, a bit more. And now suddenly there's a new one coming up in Noida, in New Delhi. So the idea is that they come from smaller towns, unhealthy living spaces leading to infections, missing hospital visits and dropping out of treatments even once they've been diagnosed with the disease. So that is why we are here to support them with their stay, their whole holistic approach. And we are affiliated with hospitals like PGI, which is one of the biggest in the northern region, and Tata Memorial branch of Homi Baba Hospital as well, which is a cancer research hospital. So we have about, like in my facility, 20 children, and likewise we've got 20 children in most of our facilities. Now, these feeder hospitals are the ones that children come through. We don't exactly reach out to anybody, but the assessment and everything is done at the hospital. And that's when the children get referred to Access Life, wherever locally they are. So yeah, the support system that we have is through our CSRs, our lovely partners like, BMC Mumbai, HDFC, LTI, L&T. So because of these great people, these donors, these big families that we have created now over the 10-year journey, there's reason that we are just keeping it moving forward. Thank you.
Can I ask you what's inspired you? Because obviously you've actually come from Melbourne, but you have obviously roots in India, but you kind of did some excellent work in Melbourne. So what inspired you to kind of get involved in this social work arena or this kind of arena?
Yeah, that's I think it just suddenly happened, and it wasn't never planned. So my father has been working in the area of NGO in the field of doing things to little children, but not so much related to any disease, but looking after like orphanages around the city, mainly in Himachal. So I hail from Kashmir, and so we've lived and brought up in Simla in Himachal. So my dad has been doing this work for many, many years. For 10 years, he was into this whole idea of, serving children, making sure they have clean environment, making sure they have food. Not so much, like I said, with the medical conditions. So when I came to India after 17 years living overseas, I came. The reason again was COVID, and I think a lot of shift was happening around that time, and I just decided that I wanted to be here for some time and see what's really happening, because I was very much out of touch, and I've heard so many good things happening in India. India's research has been really amazing in terms of how we are today, in terms of our medical facilities. So I do come from a family of doctors, so it's just been like we've been talking a lot about how India has progressed in terms of providing medical and providing researchers, and it's just amazing to see that work. And Access just came around because I was looking around for some little work. Like I didn't want to go back into corporate, and was like, okay, what can I do? And Chandigarh is like a small city, not so much in terms of like corporate, and it's not MNCs and all that. So I just went around, wanted to do some social service, and at this foundation.
I'll bring Neil Kumar in, who wants to talk to you as well.
Kate,
yes.
Isha's organization is doing a wonderful work, and the website is so impressive. Isha, first of all, say hello to Dr. Amrita Sharma. She's in the same state as you are in Punjab. She
Hello,
is from
Dr. Amrita.
Himachal Pradesh as well. Okay. So both of you will have lots to talk about. Kirit will exchange phone numbers with each one of you. Amrita is the chief admin here at Healing Our Earth and a senior anchor. Your website is so impressive, and Girish Nair, I believe, is the person who started it. So I'm going to share the website, and I think for those who are connected to us on YouTube, Facebook, website, and X and wherever we are with our partner medias and channels. It is a site worth visiting. Very impressive. So here it comes. Isha, just tell me if this is the right website.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Isn't it
That's right.
amazing? Lalit, you can see there. Dr. Lalit Soda visits India twice a year. And because you said you are in Mumbai, which is there, and Ahmedabad, so he visits those places. So at some point, maybe he'll visit the directors over there as well and see how we can propagate and help. And Kirit comes to India as well. So, and I love the vision and philosophy. Very simple, nice, and so many. And that's the chairman's note there, Girish Nair, that Isha just mentioned. And just by default, when he started, he was not even aware that he was going to be in so many cities and so many children that will get a lot of. And cancer care at Chambur is also something they particularly deal with. So cancer is very much the subject which they like. Amrita, what we can do, and we'll see this website again as well, because there is more than just about us on here. Maybe we can get Isha and Girish connecting with Dr. Swapnil and Archana in Mumbai, because they are in the same stuff. And maybe if Healing Our Earth can be a conduit, we expand the network. So Kirit, if you could make sure that Isha and Amrita are connected.
Yep.
And then Amrita, you can make sure Archana and Swapnil, including Dr. Mukesh Batra, the homeopathy king of India. Let's bring this. Lalit, you can facilitate, make sure you talk to Mukesh Batra about this. So Isha, welcome. At Healing Our Earth, we expand family without exams and conditions. No judgment, only for the betterment of community and humanity. Over to you, Kirit, Lalit, and Amrita, and let's discuss further with Lalit. Over to you.
I have a quick question for Isha. First of all, Isha, welcome on Healing Our Earth. It's such a proud privilege, like talking to people like yourself. So my first question to you would be, is you're dealing with a lot of children. What is the most common kind of cancer that you picked up that children are going through?
Thank you, Dr. Lalit. The most common cancer in Chandigarh we've seen is blood cancer, leukemia. And when we go down south in Mumbai, we've got a lot of BMT cases. So BMT is another one which is very huge in Maharashtra. Patients coming from West Bengal, Bihar. So that is a very predominant cancer that we see down south there. But suddenly the shift, when I joined Access 2023, I'd say about 85% of children were blood cancer. But latest report, as per 2025, there's been tumors like all sorts of, stomach, you'd say a nerve tumor, legs. So that's been a bit of a shift. And what I've seen that is mainly amongst children who are above the age of 10.
Okay. Thank you for that update. I was just curious to know. Thank you.
Just on that point you've raised around blood cancer, I know here in the UK, we've been driving a number of registration drives to try and get people to give a swab to kind of see if they're potentially, if they're going to be a stem cell match or even a bone marrow. Is that something that's obviously doing something similar in terms of in India, in terms of trying to get people to come forward to be possibly matches to helpfully address people living with different forms of blood cancer?
So basically, Kirit, how it works is, yes, the medical treatment side of things, Access does not involve themselves into it. So when we have our hospitals telling us, giving us reports on the children, like, this is the situation, predominantly when we're talking about BMT, it's more sort of like where they do reach out, to donors. They do reach out to our family that we've put together in terms of who are associated with Access for such a long time. When there is a bone marrow match that they require, they do speak out and they say, look, we're having difficulties here. Anybody can just come out and, let us know whether, there can be something that people would like to do and contribute towards. Other than that, hospitals are usually very step on that, and they usually do find matches, and they put children on hold as well, and kids are operated quite quickly, especially in Tata Memorial in Mumbai. And so they've never really reached out to us directly saying that, we require some matches or anything like that. But like I said, Axis has been sort of only looking after the care of children and, providing them a home away from home service.
No, thank you. I think this was just because in the UK, our communities particularly are not finding it hard to find a match. We've been trying to work with a German-based organization called DKMS, and obviously we have Anthony Nolan, who does the 18 to 30, again, just to try and get more communities, even sitting on a registry that would then, once we've got their swab, it sits on the registry. It's an international registry, and hopefully the match can be found if more of our communities come forward. So thank you for obviously sharing some of that. Amrita,
and I do think, Craig, like when we get Girish on this call, or whenever we get him involved, I think he would be able to throw some more light on this, on this topic.
No problem. Dr. Amrita, you're on mute. You're on mute. Can we unmute Dr. Amrita?
Speak up, Amrita. Can you hear us?
You're on there. Okay.
That's fine. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, Ova.
Yeah. Hi, Global Namaste, Asia. It's really wonderful that you are very close to my place. We'll be catching up together. But then I had two questions from you. One question is that what kind of a profound cause do you find that these children have blood cancer? One question. Second is, which social economic strata of society do they belong to in India? That I'm really very keen to know. Thank you.
So, ma'am, I would say the cause would be, most cases I've seen is negligence as well, like not knowing what's happening with the child. And I would say it is the living conditions most of the times, especially from UP and Bihar, those kind of states. Again, when we look at the cause, like doctors would never reveal that, what they think, why it would have happened. But my take on this is poor care and, not getting notified on time, because there are delays, 3 or 4 months, 5 months. They're just moving around. And also, like, they're not literate about it. They don't have the education. They don't know. The poverty would be one of the cases. And also they're uneducated. They're from that background where, if it's happened or there is a little hint about it, they would just go to like a normal GP. They would get tested. Okay, well, it's just fever. And then, it takes about 20 to 30 days just giving them fever medication, because fever is like probably the first cause where it all gets started, and it just feels like a regular viral or something like that, but it doesn't go away. So I think most of it's the lack of knowledge, what I would say, and information that these people don't have, and hence why I see that is the root cause in the strata that we are dealing with. And like your second question, you said, where do they come from? They do come from unprivileged, backgrounds where they don't have the facilities. They come from a lower strata group. I would say, the poverty rate there is quite high. But also, I would say, like, regional areas is another very big, area to cover, where these people actually do come from to cities.
Okay, that's important. And what do you think that there has been a cause of the mother getting so during pregnancy there can be certain causes of malnourishment, or there can be other causes, or the water and the food that they are taking in can be the cause, or the environmental conditions in terms, because as you're mentioning about Bihar and Orissa, both states are lacking a lot of sanitary conditions and a lot of other things in terms of the supplies of things. So what do you think is that one of those factors would be contributing factors for the blood cancers to travel, or their parents also have something? Do they have a family history of blood cancer as well? Have you seen that, or it's not there?
No, ma'am, actually, I don't really see that there is a family history most of the times in cases of these children. What is there, like you said, that mother during pregnancy not taken care, not have had like enough nutritious diet, And I also see negligence again, that in most cases after the child is born, and if the treatment and has been diagnosed and then there's a treatment gone through, the cases that I've noticed personally do not fall very well and do not succeed is because parents have not been taking very well care of their children, because we have parents also staying in our facility along with the children. So there's mother, father, and the child, and mothers do all the cooking based on the dietitians advice and requirements, how they have to be feeding every child a very specific diet. So then we see there over there, some parents would be so serious about it that their children, they finish the treatment in 4 to 5 months, whereas we see others going in, not exactly all the time, but mostly going up to 8 to 9 months and sometimes more, but again, there are cases where the cancer is aggressive. So kids not responding, and there's like going back and forth to the hospitals and being admitted. So there are a lot of cases like that as well. But like you said, care, hygienic conditions, understanding, knowledge, seriousness, I think those are the factors that make a lot of difference in terms of recovery and even in terms of diagnosis. Because and it's such a sad situation where I have families who don't even understand Bear. When they come to these cities, they don't know how to even talk and, to understand what the doctor is saying. And that's such a sad part, because there is a family that I have, and, unfortunately, they come to me and they say, we have, all they can say is hospital jana hai, I want to go to the hospital. What did the doctor say? I don't know. Where's the, and sometimes these little kids, and it's so amazing to see they're so proactive, like especially like 7 to 8 years of age, and they understand everything the doctor's saying, because now with the literacy, kids going to school, they understand. And so parents like, we don't know, he knows better. And then the child will start speaking, that's what it is, what medicine it is, where to go and everything. So it's just very unfortunate to see that part where they could recover so well, and they could really defeat this situation if and only they had that knowledge and that understanding and that support, which we try to maximize at our end and provide that to them.
Neil Kumar, you want to come in?
Thank you, Kirit. Isha, the rise in children's cancer is on the up at the moment, but I want to ask you this question. Is it because the improvements in diagnosis and the registration has facilitated that, or is it really that children are suffering from cancer? Are you aware of the statistics on that?
I don't have that information right away, sir, but I can provide that to you. I can find out.
Kirit, same question goes to you, because you are obviously part in UK, roughly about 2,000 children were diagnosed with a cancer. Survival rate was quite high, at least for the 5 years window. But do you think it's because more diagnoses are available that we are actually peaking more, or is it that the children in the current age and current diet and current lifestyle are forming into cancer?
So I think we're in the UK, we're fortunate that there is obviously the diagnosis can be treated early, but the challenge, as I mentioned, if it's a blood cancer, leukemia, etc., the match has to be there, and because there's not enough of our communities coming forward, that's where the challenge is. So hence, a few years ago, we did, there was a 9-year-old girl who was needing a stem cell, and we did a big campaign with their family around England, and sadly, she found the match, but sadly didn't work effectively. So the thing is that's why it's important that we've got all the facilities, but the challenge is still the match has got to be right, and that's something that it's great to see. We need to do more with with the cancers like blood cancer. One of our connectors, he's went in with a heart complication. He saw a growth on his groin, a lump on his groin. It took the hospital 6 months to send him for a biopsy. By that time, he was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, and then he had to start his chemotherapy, etc. So it's even though we've got the challenge we have is the communication as well. If the heart department had communicated to the cancer team, that we wouldn't have gotten to the stage where this person had to then end up waiting 6 months for a biopsy. So the point I'm trying to make on your question is that hopefully we've got some of our speakers coming on later, we can pose that question around what is the kind of challenge we're having with all cancers, but with childhood cancer, as you know, Isha just mentioned in terms of what they're doing in India.
Thank you, Kirit. And
So,
talking about
sorry,
India
Kirit,
and
I would just like to add something to that.
Sure.
Yes, like you said, Neil, that there is a very high rate of increase in cancer amongst children. It was not so much noticeable, or it was not very obvious, you know, for the reasons that why it is happening. But now we do see that a lot. But also, just to add that there's, for us, what we've experienced is about 85 to 90% success rate for children. That's what we've experienced, which is not something that we see for the adults.
thank you, Kirit and Isha. Let's go back to accesslife.org, a wonderful website, particularly if you are in India. And I like the detail they've gone through. So, Amrita, Lalit, Kirit, they have taken care of ease of having to come to the unit. And look at that, accommodation, nutrition, transportation. Now in India, we all love rickshaws and things, but it's when we go to the potholes that we, and chiropractors love it, because when they go to the potholes and people need L3, L4, L5, they need physiotherapy. And they've gone to a level where, and look at for accommodation, look at the tagline over there, 70 to 90% childhood cancers are curable. So don't lose your hope. You've got a better chance if detected earlier. Leukemia, Isha mentioned, is very true. Particularly, they found out as soon as mobile phones came and when the masks were put up, you know, they did a special study in United Kingdom that in the last 40, 50 years, leukemia was very prevalent, especially in the developed country. Transportation, they make it easy, stress-free. That's very important, because if you are stressed when you are going, then what's the use? Half of your immune system is already down. Nutrition, they actually even prepare it there. Look at all the volunteers who are helping. Emotional and psychological support. Isha, which is your main role from any one of these special facilities that you provide? I mean, you are obviously at a managerial skill set. What attracted you to Access for Life particularly?
So I would say what attracted me really was the way Access Life operates. Is not, it's not scary. It is a lot of fun. Like when we go there, it does not look like a facility that, you know, has about 20 odd sick children, and the provisions are very holistic, very simple. Like I said, like you just mentioned transportation, you mentioned simple care. So I think they've just simplified the whole idea as to, you know, providing them just a home, which is very big problem in cities like Mumbai, you know, big cities like Chandigarh. Accommodation is very expensive. And what was my first uh, like take on it was like, this is just amazing. I mean, you know, already there's so much financial pressure, like getting cancers treated, and not all hospitals provide a free medical facility. Like at PGI as well, you have to pay for a lot of, like, you know, medication, pay for chemo, pay for injections and everything. I mean, Tata is still like right now trying to cover that up, where they are helping these families to, you know, get some aid. You know, there is PM aid, there is our Ayushman card that, you know, we also provide. So it's, and PGI has got a lot of pressure. Like hospitals have already, you know, they're catering to 3 times more than the patients that they can allow. So I feel like taking away that big pressure, and like you rightly said, that, you know, you cannot have stress when you're dealing with something so serious, so intense already, and, you know, you're away from home. So what else, like, you know, can go wrong? And so over there you feel like if they're having the support system from us, where we're giving them home away from home, I mean, that just covers like 50% of the problem. Like, you know, it takes care of it. So I think that was my main attraction
And
when I read about it.
let's remind the viewers who are connected to us on social media and partner channels, what is your website address?
So it's accesslife.org.
So remember, accesslife.org, very simple. If you click on it, you will get a lot of information. You don't have to be in India to see the website. You can see it anywhere on the earth. And if you know anybody in India or anywhere else and you need some help, reach out to them. And we'll also be going to our health lead here at Healing Our Earth, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Shortly, Rajiv, if you can adjust, yes. Let's say hello to Rajiv before we go to Victoria, who is going to bring another important subject for us. And we take a quick comment from Rajiv, who is a senior doctor over here, and he is also part of NHS, and he is also in holistic and integrated health. A global namaste to you, Rajiv. Rajiv, your video has gone lopsided. If you could correct it, please, and say hello.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. Thank you. Yes, I'm so kindly respectful of all the work that you are doing, Nilji, and all other people in our team of Healing Our Earth. And this is one big chunk of problem. Cancer has been a big scare for decades, and we always know that cancer is rising. If we think of cancer like 40 or 50 years ago, it was rare. But if you think of now, practically every extended family would have one or two people who have suffered from cancer. If you think of positive side, the cancer is having much more newer drugs, newer medicine that can help. But if we think of more natural way, that is where we need, because with best will in the world, if we can have a life that can prevent cancers, and that is typically in alternative and complementary medicine, particularly if Ayurveda, I think dincharya, the way you live, yoga, the way you behave, and regenerative tissues by simple pranayam. Prana is life vital energy, and with breathing deep oxygen in and out, you can provide the tissue with oxygen and prevent cancer, because deprived tissue crying for oxygen cause irritation of tissue and can cause cancer. On the other hand, simple things like turmeric, which we use haldi at home, is known to kill the cancer cells, particularly curcumin, which is the active compound inside, is known to have a control and reduce the inflammation that result on a long term slow irritation, slow inflammation can result into cancer. And this is proven in the studies. There are beetroot is the other substance. So there are many uh, radical scavenger. So there is science which is coming into this. So yoga, Ayurveda, Tai Chi, Qigong, they all have this ability in a natural, old healing Indian traditional science, old healing traditional Chinese science. And I would say that changing the lifestyle, changing the way they breathe, deep breathing is gone, stress is there, people breathe very shallow. And this simple change in the life can prevent cancer to great extent. Then we come to this second part, which is a lot of people are hesitant. I was just listening about the cancer. Now the stem cell you can donate. It's like you are not losing any body tissue. So people should come forward. If we have a bigger bank of the stem cell, as Kirit Bhai was saying, we could save many people's life, possibly our own life when we are suffering. So I think the meaning of cancer has changed over past 20, 30 years. People should not feel hopeless just because they have cancer. But many supportive agencies, as we just saw Access, they are trying to come up with the education, with support in the family, accommodation, whatever. But I'm reasonably sure, I mean, we are lucky in UK that all treatment of the cancer is provided for free, but still there is suffering in the family. So I think if we can do some of these natural things with the food, timing of the food, and not taking, I'm not against uh, the fast food, but it has known to cause on a regular basis those take, compared to the natural food, there is increased risk of many chronic diseases, and that include the cancer. So I think when we call healing our earth, let's try and heal the body more naturally. I work in NHS. I'm a medically qualified doctor through the Western or modern medicine, but I also know that all these chemotherapy can cause side effects, loss of hairs, tissue damage, low white cell count, increased risk of infection and all that. And if we can do something more naturally, then that's much better. And all the way, if we have more regular diet, more regular exposure to natural garden where we can breathe well and have fresh oxygen and walk and mobilize our tissue in a more natural way, the body will really have increased immunity and increased power to fight with both the infection and against the cancer cells. So that's kind of my
Thank you,
submission.
Rajiv. What a good point. So Rajiv says, breathe, don't stop breathing, move, because if you are breathing and moving, then you are alive. Isha, wonderful organization that you have got. Send our regards to Girish. Let's get connected with Kirit, Amrita, Girish, and see how we can help. Lalit will be part of it as well, as will Rajiv be part of that as well. At Healing Our Earth, we grow our family globally, and it will be fun. Stay around, Isha. And thank you, Kirit, for bringing. Kirit, time to go to Victoria. Ovarian cancer is very rife in female. We'll talk about the states and we'll show her website as well. Kirit, please welcome Victoria, and let's learn more about ovarian cancer as well. Over to you, Kirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Global namaste to Victoria. Thank you for joining us as part of our Healing Our Earth special today around cancer awareness. Victoria, it's a privilege and pleasure to have you on our platform today. I came across Victoria's colleague, Liz Waters, who actually works in our area and health inequalities for Overcome. Finally met her for the first time yesterday at our cancer launch. So it was great to have her in Leicester. But to you, you've been a CEO for Overcome since 20, let me just find your resume, since 2017.
Yeah,
2017.
yeah.
Excellent. So and you've got an extensive history of working within the NGOs and also with cancer charities as well. So so what I'm going to do is not do justice to give I'll let you tell our viewers what you've done, but also what Overcome is about, and a special ambassador you've got as well. So I'm sure you'll talk about that later. So over to you. You should be able to share your screen for your presentation. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kirit. And well, thank you, everyone. Really lovely to be able to hop on here early and listen to everybody else's contributions, and really interesting and engaging conversation, great information source. And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm just going to share a presentation, if that's okay, because I don't want to forget to say anything really important. So bear with me just a moment while I get this started. Kirit, can you tell me whether or not you can see the screen? Are we all good? Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's fantastic. Okay. So Overcome is the National Ovarian Cancer Support Charity for the UK, but also we do have, and I'll drop some links into the chat as well, just in case anybody wants further information afterwards, or in case anybody wants to pick those up during the presentation or later on. So we do actually have an international online forum as well, which is currently accessed by it's over 18,000 women, either diagnosed with or caring for somebody with ovarian cancer from 120 different countries. So we do have people from India, Pakistan, and all over the world, East Africa. Take your pick. And so it is a really lovely source of peer support. It's well moderated, and we moderate it 365 days a year. So we always make sure that there's factually accurate information posted up there. So whilst we are a UK-based charity, nevertheless, we do have information and support available for people internationally. So that's Overcome. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the symptoms of ovarian cancer. It is a really difficult disease to diagnose. And in the UK, it is predominantly diagnosed. More than 2/3 of women are diagnosed at stages 3 and 4. So that's at the point where the disease has spread. I feel silly talking about these absolute basics whilst there are so many doctors also on this call. So bear with me. I'm not trying to teach you to suck eggs, but I just want to make sure that we cover off the absolute basics, if that's okay, largely because there's so much misinformation about the disease. And we know that that is one of the common themes, one of the real problems in late diagnosis, is that quite a lot of people will avoid going to the doctor. They'll avoid the tests. There's very little factually accurate and up-to-date information available, and a lot of myths around the disease and a lot of stigma associated with the disease. So I just wanted to cover off for your listeners the 4 main established signs and symptoms of ovarian cancer. And we've put it together in a really healthy acronym so that anybody should be able to remember it. So B is for bloating that doesn't come and go. So that's persistent. It stays with you. Ladies, it means that at any point during the day, you remain bloated. It doesn't just happen after you've eaten, or it doesn't just happen at certain times of the month. It stays with you and it remains persistent. E is for eating difficulty and feeling full more quickly. A is for abdominal and pelvic pain that you feel most days. So again, it's that persistent pain. It might not be excruciating. It might not be stopping you from getting up in the morning. It might not be stopping you from going about your business and doing what you'd normally do, but it is persistent, and you need to remember that. So if it's a pain that's starting to become normal, you need to be reporting that, okay? And T is for toilet changes. So wanting to go more often or being able to go less often. So we do have lots of information available at Overcome, and in a lot of different languages. So I'll come to that and I'll drop a link into the chat as well. So our support line has a really good, they can send out symptoms trackers, and they can send out all sorts of information, and they can talk people through what to expect as well. One key piece of information that is really important to know, and this is for everybody. So you may not have ovaries if you're listening to this, or if you're on this call, but you know somebody who has ovaries, right? Everybody loves somebody who has ovaries somewhere in their family. So cervical screening does not detect ovarian cancer. More than 2/3 of people believe that it does. So when people are going for their screening, quite often they believe that when they get a message from the GP to say, you know, you've had your cervical screen and it's clear, they say, oh, okay, that's cool. I don't have any gynae cancers. It's not the case. So remember that, and remember that it doesn't detect ovarian cancer. So I'm just coming back to this point because this is a really important point. One of the reasons why so many people are diagnosed so late is because they themselves or their primary care practitioner, the GP or their doctor, misunderstands the symptoms that they're having. A lot of people that we support are going to their doctors and they're reporting these symptoms, right? But when they're going there, their GP or their doctor might be saying, well, you know, maybe it's this or maybe it's that. It's really important to self-advocate in these circumstances. That is how we are going to see people getting diagnosed sooner. So very often, ovarian cancer is mistaken for IBS, so irritable bowel syndrome or problems with the bowels, okay? And that's because of all of these symptoms that we've talked about, so eating difficulties, toilet changes, bloating, abdominal cramps. So it's really important to know that if you are aged over 55 and you're diagnosed, or your doctor or yourself think it might be IBS, it's incredibly unlikely to be irritable bowel syndrome or a problem with your bowels, okay? It doesn't mean that it is ovarian cancer, but it does mean that you need to get it checked out. So, prevalence, this is a really important point. It is an uncommon disease, and it's not widely preventable. There's not very much that you can do to prevent ovarian cancer. 1 in 50, so 2%, of women are going to be diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And what we want to see as a charity is people being diagnosed earlier. And it's really important at this point that I share the kind of the situation now when it comes to treating ovarian cancer. But actually, maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it was known as the silent killer because what was happening was people were diagnosed late stage. There was very little treatment. There were very few treatment options. Essentially, they would have chemotherapy and then they'd have surgery if they were well enough, and then they'd have chemotherapy. And that was pretty much it. But in the last 10 years, we have seen massive, massive changes. There are a whole new range of treatments available now for people with ovarian cancer. And there's a much better understanding of the pathology, of the makeup of the disease and how to treat it. And also, as your previous guest was talking about, is actually how to manage the side effects of that treatment, how to make it easier to to go ahead to have your treatment, how to live better alongside the disease. So there are so many things, there's so much research, there are so many trials that have been done, and now people are living so much longer. So there is much less to fear from ovarian cancer now than there used to be. It's a horrible disease, it's a horrible diagnosis, but it's really important to self-advocate, and it's really important to know the facts. So a little bit about Overcome. We're a bit of a strange charity because we're a community. So we exist to provide support and information to anyone affected by the disease. So for all of you listening, for all of you on this call, you can contact us or you can receive our support for free if you have been diagnosed, but also if you're a healthcare professional working with ovarian cancer patients or in primary care. You can also receive support from us if you're a family member, and also really importantly, if you have been bereaved as a result of ovarian cancer. So we have a lot of information and support available for anyone affected by the disease at any point. And we provide support directly to over 6,500, so 6,700 people a year. We do a lot of symptoms awareness raising, and we can do that in lots of different languages. And we're a membership charity. So that means that our members can tell us what to do, which actually, as CEO, sometimes makes my job very difficult when I have a bunch of people who say, we want to see this service. And I think, oh, goodness, how am I going to do that? What am I going to do? But we are duty bound. It's how we work. We have to provide that service. So we always welcome your input, and we always welcome your contact if you've been affected by this disease. And our online forum that I've already mentioned has over 18,000 members. I think we're coming out for 19,000 members now, but and that's across 120 different countries. So I've talked a little bit about this, but we have a wealth of information in English, but also in other languages, and we can also translate it. But really importantly for you to know is that all of our services are free. If you live in the UK, you're going to be able to access our face-to-face support and our online national groups. But also, if you live overseas, sometimes you can also access some of our support, and you can get to meet other people who are accessing our support. One of the problems with ovarian cancer is the fact that because it's a rare or uncommon cancer, a lot of people who are diagnosed with it feel very isolated. And because they feel very isolated, that's one of the things that we do. We work really, really hard to join people to each other, to provide facilitated peer support so that people feel less lonely, so that they can find other people to connect to, and they can understand from other people what they've done in that situation, what's helped them feel empowered, the choices that they've made and why they made those decisions. Just a little screenshot of all of the various online groups that we have. And now, Kirit, ding, 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 drum roll, to our really exciting information. So back at the end of last year, 2024, we heard from Manisha Koirala. Many of you, gosh, I suspect all of you will know her. Global megastar and superstar, absolutely fantastic, and actually genuinely kind-hearted, wonderful woman, was diagnosed many years ago with ovarian cancer, and she was looking around for a charity to support, and she came on board as Overcome's ambassador. One of the reasons she came on board as our ambassador is because we provide information in so many languages, and because we provide information and we're seeking to level up and make changes in healthcare systems to make sure that all people are able to get factually accurate information, but also really importantly, a whole range of treatments. So on Sunday, the 13th of July in London, from 12:30 till 4 p.m., we have Manisha coming along to give a talk. She's going to do, I mean, it's a unique opportunity because this is not something she's done before, but she's going to come along and she is going to talk about her career in Bollywood. And also, she is going to very bravely talk about her diagnosis of ovarian cancer, what she did, what helped her, her journey through the disease. She herself was diagnosed as a late stage ovarian cancer patient. And many of you who follow her on social media will know that she's doing incredibly well now and is fighting fit and seeing a massive resurgence in her career with Hiramandi. And as exciting, we've also got Dr. Amir Khan, very famous GP in the UK, and Fatima Patel, who is the editor of the Asian Standard in the UK. They are going to be co-hosting and interviewing Manisha. So for anybody in the UK that would like to talk to us, would like to buy tickets, or would like to sponsor the event so that you can have some VIP tickets and meet Manisha, then we would love to hear from you. We're so excited. So I'm going to stop screen sharing, hope that there are some questions for me. And very much hope to see some of you on the 13th of July at our Manisha event. Oh, one thing I forgot to say, my apologies. If it's not in the presentation, I always forget it, sorry. Is that one of the reasons why Manisha is supporting us is because ovarian cancer, in around 20-25% of cases, it is hereditary. And because of that, there is an additional stigma attached to the disease. Okay. And that was the case in Manisha's family. And so she herself has decided that she is going to add her voice to challenging these stigmas. So one of the reasons why people are diagnosed late is because they are scared of being diagnosed late, because they've seen family members who have gone through this disease, because they think it might affect their chances to marry, or it might affect how people view their whole family. And Manisha is coming on board as a very vocal challenger to that, because we are seeing people being diagnosed too late for poor reasons, and we all want to see that change.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you, Victoria. I've got a couple of questions. I'm going to bring Neil Kumar first, and then Dr. Lalit as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Kirit. Victoria, what a wonderful presentation. Easy, nice to read. So let's do something. Kirit, if you can get that put up on the social media of Healing Our Earth.
Yeah.
Ask Nishit to put it on the YouTube as a separate link. Let's make it viral to people. Victoria, you mentioned Manisha. She's a very good person, a very nice person in reality, in person as well. I had put her on the stage on Trafalgar Square, which was so big. She loved it so much, she didn't want to come down. She's a wonderful person. You've got that. Shaw Theatre is very nice, right near the tube station in Houston, I believe that's where that is.
Yes.
So if you could take us the flyer on the Healing social media, then we can reshare it with people so that more people can be aware of it. And if you don't know the tag IDs, then handles will be given to you by Kirit.
Yeah.
So what a wonderful, and Victoria, you also mentioned that it is in several languages. You can get support in several languages. So let's share it and show to people that if you want to help, donate, or if you know anybody in any of these languages, here it comes. It's in Arabic, Gujarati, Hindi, Polish, Punjabi, Romanian, Urdu, and Welsh. If you feel that you are a large community, you want some different language, well, don't forget to approach them. They might consider. So here it is.
We will. Neil, I can promise you we will. This is our basic information that talks about the signs and symptoms and what happens when you get a diagnosis. However, we do have on our support line, if you phone our support line during opening hours, sadly not on a Sunday, but if you do phone our support line during opening hours, so 10 till 5, Monday to Friday, UK time. Then you can ask for an interpreter who will interpret your call in 150 different languages. We have yet to receive a phone call from somebody where we have not been able to provide an interpreter. So I challenge you to,
Purely amazing.
yeah.
And as Victoria said, approximately 1 in 50 will maybe at some point in their life discover that they've got ovarian cancer. Don't panic. There is enough information. If you're diagnosed at an early stage, you have got more chances. But the good thing about Ovacom is they are in person as well. Chances are you might be able to see somebody in person. They are community based. That means that people who have either gone through it or people who have shared information with each other. And isn't it wonderful to get the support from humanoids rather than just an answering machine? Victoria, I bet that people love it because they're able to, that you are able to give not just sympathy and empathy, but you are able to give that human touch.
For sure. And I think one of the things that's really important to us is that over the last, well, the charity's been around for nearly 30 years, but over the last 10 years, we've really focused on bringing in a panel of experts. So we have 32 experts who sit on our advisory panel, and they are the leaders in gynae-oncology surgery, on medical oncology, in as Rajiv was saying earlier as well, in things like complementary therapies, how to help you manage your treatment, how to live alongside the disease. We have an expert yoga instructor who themselves has been affected by ovarian cancer with a diagnosis and has gone on to train and has a specialist interest in helping people with ovarian cancer who have had abdominal and pelvic surgery actually benefit from, yoga and complementary therapies. So I think it's a strong offer. We have a lot of experts. They all give their time for free. That is part of our community offer. They are a part of our community. And nobody will be dismissed by us ever for coming along. We always say there's no such thing as a stupid question. And community means that we have to be a diverse, the more strong we are, the more diverse we are, the better we're able to help each other. That's the important thing.
And Victoria, you exude so much positive energy as well. I believe all your gang are just like you. So it's so wonderful. And shortly, Victoria will be talking to Nalini, who is a living example and a personal journey that she has gone through for ovarian cancer. So this ovarian story continues in a while. But before we go, and Kirit, just before we come to you, Dr. Lalit Soda, your comment, and then over to Kirit. Over to you, Dr. Lalit Soda.
Yeah, my comment, good. Once again, Claire, wonderful presentation. Thank you for that. It's outstanding to see how much work is actually being done to create awareness. Though, how many people actually, from your experience, do get that, but do not come to you for information or for help? They get the information, but they don't reach out to you.
So we used to see very few. However, what we did was 5 years ago, around the time of just before the pandemic, we changed our approach entirely. We used to do a lot of very large public health campaigns that were costing us a lot of money and just talked about the signs and symptoms. Now what we do is we do very targeted outreach work in very specific ways, small scale campaigns that will actually get to the root of a community. So we look at and we co-produce, we try to understand why some people may be reluctant or why might they misunderstand some of the information. So for example, we know that in the South Asian community, if somebody's not wearing Western dress, if they're not wearing jeans or a tight waistband, they may not notice the sign of bloating. So when we do specifically targeted campaigns and work, with some women's groups, what we do is we take that away and we describe better what it means. And we say this persistence, and we talk about that and and that's why, so we do it in a targeted way. And in that targeted way, Lalit, and this is really interesting, we have started to see when we do those targeted campaigns into those communities with trusted partners such as yourselves, then we see an almost immediate uptake of people seeking information from us in a language, in a way, at a time that is convenient for them, because they come to understand that there is less to fear from a diagnosis. There's more to fear from not being diagnosed. That there is a community of people who are there to help them if they are diagnosed with the disease. And we will hold their hands the whole way through, and that of their families, if that's what they choose. So when we do that targeted work, we see an immediate uptick in people coming to us.
Wow.
So that I think it's, I think this kind of broad piece of work is best left to the NHS, to Public Health England, and we really focus in on our strengths, which is co-produced specific community resources that are targeted to reach specific communities in a way that they can understand and are shareable. So in answer to your question, short story long, in answer to your question, we used to see very little response. Now we see a pretty good response, and we're seeing, people are far less scared to come to us. People are far less scared to ask the questions. They're far more able to get in touch with us and ask us difficult questions and have those difficult conversations.
And I think one thing that was very interesting is any celebrity attached to this kind of condition. And when they come and give a talk, I think, you get an audience there, and then they're quite happy to talk about it. Would you say so?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the really special thing for us, which I couldn't have dared hope for, was that when Manisha approached us, she said she wanted to talk about the stigma. She wanted to talk about the hereditary element of the disease. She wanted to talk about why people find it difficult to consider the diagnosis. She wanted to talk about infertility that came to her as a result of the diagnosis. She wants to talk about these things openly and publicly. And that is invaluable, not just to us, but to the whole community, because it starts to challenge some of those preconceived ideas, and it helps people see her and her strong standpoint, and it helps people challenge things in their own lives. It helps them feel less ashamed and less concerned about sharing their information and talking to the doctors. It gives them the language that they can use. So yeah, she is a brave woman, and yes. So
all the very best. It would be nice to come and take part in that particular event.
We'd love to see you.
Contact you. Thank you very much for your very, very valuable presentation and information.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
So Victoria, again, you've had some excellent questions from my colleagues, but one of the key things is touching upon what you've just said in terms of the outreach. That's very important. But what we see that national charities sometimes don't get it in terms of wanting to, how they best to reach out, because you can't parachute in to areas. And one of the things that we've learned just in a short space of time of 18 months since we got involved in the Core 20+5 and creating our cancer connectors was they're the people who living with the experience, they speak the languages, and they've got the networks that we need to be really engaging to break the stigma and taboo. And that's been excellent. The challenge we've had, which is one of the things that we need to try and get better at, is how do we connect the clinical teams who already see the patients going through these conditions? How do we ensure there's better joined up services and engagement with NGOs, community organizations? Because that's where the missing trick is not happening. We're seeing it's happening in pockets, but a charity like yours around addressing ovarian cancer would be great to kind of look at how do we, because you've got the great relationship with the medical teams. How do we kind of connect them back into the community, which is what you're doing through your outreach? So a question is around better joined up connectivity, really, is what I'm trying to get at.
Absolutely. And I think we've tried a lot of different ways to achieve that. We have made some mistakes. It has been a lot of work, but where we have had successes, we are very happy to share those successes. And interestingly, the model that we've used, which is having the experts on our expert advisory panel and at a national level, us sitting on those policy groups and changing those policy, rather than taking a top-down approach, we see that as valuable. But more valuable to us is working with trusted organizations such as yourself. And because that's the way that we can reach people at grassroots level. So we have the expertise, we can tap into the expertise. So then you're absolutely right, Kirit. The next challenge is making sure that the voices grassroots connectivity, community connect, that those voices are coming up to the clinicians so that we start to see systemic change. And that's been a really interesting piece of work for us. We have had some success in the last, really only in the last maybe year, that's been fairly notable. But we are always happy to work with, and I guess it's that openness. It's about we all have to accept that we are the experts in our own areas, right? And we need to start to work together and learn each other's languages, right? So to overcome, we're very good at taking medical, clinical language and translating it into something that people can actually understand. But we've not been as good at the other way around. However, that is something we've started to do. So we started to provide training to gynae-oncologists about specifically health inequalities and how we can address those health inequalities. So what the health inequalities are, what the lived experience of the patients is, and the simple changes that we can all make in our practice, whether we're part of an NGO or whether we're a medical oncologist, to actually change it, because it's in all our best interests that we change the situation and we improve these systems for patients, right? I mean, we all have a commitment to doing that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And do you know what? If we ever find the golden ticket, Kira, I'm going to be on the phone and you'll be the first person. But until then, I think we're just going to keep working at it. And we've loved working with you, and we will continue to love working with you, I'm sure.
Definitely. I'm going to bring Dr. Rajiv in just to kind of, I think he has a question, and then we'll bring Nalini in as well.
So thank you very much, Victoria. That is actually very enthusiastic presentation and very short, succinct, and clear. The point you have made, which I totally concur with, is the health inequality. So we have launched for a health inequality survey, which is across the UK, because as you mentioned, the big problem is understanding each other, and you are doing a fantastic job teaching the clinicians. I'm a medical doctor, I'm a consultant in the NHS, and we, the doctors, at times just learn our own language and fail to understand that a lot of loss of transmission happen between what we are trying to say and what is received at the other end. And this health inequality survey is to just demonstrate, and we have a commitment now from the Race Equality Observatory that the outcome will be discussed with them, and there will be effort to put some resources in place. So it will be great if we can join hand in both this aspect, and as well as you mentioned about a support for the alternative and complementary medicine, preventive care, all that, which I didn't know there are many charities which are supporting through our international organization of integrated and complementary health practitioners. We are trying our level best to join the modern medicine with the alternative and complementary medicine in a scientific way. So your support will be great. I just wanted to say that, but also an appeal to other people, including, I know Kirit Bhai has done a lot of job, that how we can make that transition from our bubble of medical professionals to the patients, and that's a bridge. And I know through Healing Our Earth, we are trying to do that, but there is a lot more work, how we can join hands to do that. Thank you.
Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again for the comments and questions. Right, without further ado, I'm going to bring Nalini Ben, who's one of our cancer connectors, who actually, fortunately, we met through her niece, but I was on raising awareness of organ donation, and particularly that was the work we've been doing. And about 2 years ago, Nalini Ben was brave enough to come forward and say, I want to really share my story, and I've been living with ovarian cancer and the challenges I had getting the diagnosis. So Nalini Ben, we're gonna have a conversation. I want you to kind of give our viewers your personal journey of the steps that you took, but obviously introduce yourself and a bit of background in terms of who you are, where you're from, and a bit about your family if you want to.
Hello all. My name is Nalini, and I survived ovarian cancer. Like, it happened to me like when I was just 44, like 23 years ago, and I couldn't believe this happened to me, because in my family, nobody had a cancer or never heard of cancer. It's a big word, C. It's like cancer, like you're just going to die. So then I didn't know that I had a cancer, but I was feeling different and I had a bloated, but I was getting a lot of heartburn. So I went to see doctor, and they just saw me and to saw my tummy. So they thought I just putting on weight, but they told me to lose weight and go on diet and go and do some exercise and lose some weight. So I started that, but still I wasn't feeling, and I missed my periods, and then went to doctor so many times. They keep telling me different things and giving me painkillers and other things. For heartburn, they were giving some medicine. And it took a long time to diagnose my ovarian cancer. And then in the end, I couldn't even work or bend down. I was feeling something on my side of the stomach, that I got something there. So I went to see doctor again. And he felt it, and he thought, doctor thought that I was pregnant, and he made me do pregnancy test twice. It was negative. But I keep going to doctor. I told him, I know my body. I am not pregnant. So many times I told him to listen. Then in the end, my husband had to come with me to see doctor. He got really angry and told them to do something about it, because I know I wasn't pregnant and there was something there. Even doctor felt it. Then in the end, they did send me to have an ultrasound scan. And when I went to have my ultrasound done, one of the nurses said to me, when she saw me with my big tummy, they said, "Oh, Mrs. Ladd, your baby has grown big and you still haven't been before." And when she did the scan after that, she just went quiet, and then she saw the cyst. And straight away they sent me to hospital, and I had to do the emergency operation and remove the cyst. Even my doctor at the hospital said to me, "Mrs. Ladd, your cyst is really big. How come you took a long time to come and see us?" And I said, "Oh, my doctor won't send me." They were telling me all different things. It was very, very difficult. I was in pain. I'm getting a lot of heartburns. Even I was having problem with going for pee, because the big cysts were pressuring my bladders. I couldn't go. Even my bowels, the cysts were like blocking my bowels as well. So it was very difficult to go toilet. I really, really suffered. But in the end, it took 6 months to diagnose that I had a cancer, and then treatment started. I had operation, then they removed my cyst, and then they told me, after they done the biopsy, this is cancerous, and then I had to have chemotherapy.
How long was that? How long ago? How long ago were you diagnosed, and also what was the recovery period that you went through?
It took them like more than 6 months, because and I was only 44. I was working. I had 3 small children, working away, going work, coming home. And I just couldn't believe it, that this will happen. And when the chemotherapy started, I had to go for my chemo for every 3 weeks. It took like 6 months. And I was in remission for after 1 year. But sort of mental health, I was just thinking all this was happening. And even my own family, my children and husband were really supportive, but the extended family, my husband's family, in-laws were really not supportive, and they were like talking, they were really judging me, and they were telling me not to tell anybody in the family or relatives, or even in the community. If you do tell them, because I have 2 daughters, they said, yeah, don't tell anybody, because nobody would want to marry your daughters, because I had a cancer, so they're going to get cancer too. It was very, very difficult. I really had a difficult time when I had the cancer. But now is really people understand and really supportive people.
And obviously, you've mentioned of some cultural challenges, obviously, with your in community, but also you mentioned about your mental health. In terms of when you were going through that, were you supported through your mental health, in terms of any support you got? And
no mental health support that time. Like it happened to me in 2002, and there weren't any groups going on or any community center. We couldn't even talk about it, so nobody's going to tell me that there are support groups. So I was just home and just left job because of my cancer, because I was having treatment. I couldn't work, and then small children. And people were just judging me all the time and not supporting me, telling me, do this, do that. And it was very difficult.
So you've obviously you've come on board as a cancer connector.
Yeah, a few years ago, my niece had a lung transplant, and she told me about you, and I seen you so many times with your stall, so I come and I came to see you, and then I met so many other ladies with cancer experience and other ladies, and I joined you, and I got to get more information about other different cancers and about other diseases. And there's a lot of information I got from Saha Group, because there were people coming from NHS, and other expert people were coming there and giving a lot of other advices as well. And now I can't go to my community and tell people, and I can talk about it now, because before I was told not to talk about it, but now I can tell people that I had a cancer and this what happened. I was telling them about my symptoms and all that. But my symptoms were really different. I had a bloated stomach, but at the same time I was having really bad heartburn. I wasn't eating any spicy food or anything like that, but still it was really bad. So I would just keep drinking milk. But I think because of my cancer, I had heartburn problems.
We've got some of our colleagues as well coming on. So first, I'm going to bring Dr. Anjali. You've heard both presentations from Victoria and also from Nalini Ben. Anything that you'd like to share, or obviously any questions you've got to them? And then we'll bring Neil Kumar in as well.
Yeah, bravo, Nalini. It's all, enlightening to hear from you, and hats off to you for coping up with such a condition and finally getting answers and support from, community and doctors. And thank you, Victoria. It's been, it's clear. Sorry, Kay, yeah. It's been lovely to hear from you, and such a good support people have got. I work with women's health, so I look after a lot of conditions with pelvic floor, ovarian cancer, pelvic floor, endometriosis, which also mimics sometimes like ovarian cancer. And all the time there's differential diagnosis, whether it's endometriosis or whether this is, PCOS related cyst, or there's an ovarian cancer. So for Nalini also, I feel there's awareness needed for women to do a yearly counseling session with, either their doctors or their gynecs. And every time a patient approaches us with, indigestion or IBS symptoms, and it always gets missed out. Okay, there's something much more, growing in your body. So what do you think could be the first thing? This is for Kyer. What do you think should be the first thing women should look out for? As I read through BEAT as one of the thing, BAT. What my question to you is, like, how should women approach doctors? Like, they may be reading this up, they are listening to talks like yours, but how do they go and tell the doctors? Because this is what is missing, the link between the doctors.
For sure. For sure. Thank you, Dr. Anjali. I think one of the things that we help people do and we encourage people to do is to keep a diary. So not just turn up, because it's really hard, when you're going about your everyday and you're going about your life and you've got children and you've got this and you've got relatives and you've got work and you have all of the different things in life that make up your life going on. It's really hard to remember, well, these symptoms have been happening for this long. So if you can keep a diary, we have symptoms diaries that you can just print off our website, or you can always call us and we will always send them out. We can send them out electronically so they can go anywhere in the world. And so the symptoms diary, you keep it and you just make a note of the symptoms and when you experienced them. And you do that for yourself. And then when you're going to your doctor, you're going with a factually accurate picture over a period of time. And it might take you some time to make an appointment. But during that time's not wasted, because you are writing down, you're keeping a note. So you will be going with a fuller picture to that doctor. So that's really important. And then the other thing I would always say is know your normal. So Nalini's experience is not uncommon in the UK. Obviously, you were diagnosed very young, but actually it's not uncommon in the UK. Whilst we do have a free healthcare system, it can be tricky getting a diagnosis. It can be tricky getting an appointment. You may not have to pay for it, but it takes time. And, 6 months for a diagnosis is a long time, but actually would have been not uncommon when you were diagnosed. Certainly, it is starting to speed up now. We know that for sure. But one of the things that we encourage is know your normal. And if you need help self-advocating, give us a call because we can help you through that. We can help you. A lot of women are their own worst enemies because they go, oh, it's nothing. Oh, it'll be okay if I leave it another month. If I just leave it and if I just then essentially it just gets put to the bottom of the pile and put to the bottom of the pile. So actually, it's know your normal. If it is not normal for you, and if there's ongoing pain, don't accept that. Challenge and go back and keep going back because actually, and go back with a diary or go back with something that's factually accurate that gives that doctor the best opportunity to help make a diagnosis. And exactly as you said, it could be ovarian cancer, it could be 100 less serious things, 100, so many more less serious things. But also taking that picture, that clear piece of information along is going to help that doctor. And it certainly will help you at the end of the day as well. But yeah, always happy. I mean, our support services, it's kind of their bread and butter. It's one of the things they do on a daily basis is help people self-advocate and help people also legitimize their worries. If you're worried because you've been having this pain, because you've been experiencing these symptoms, if you're worried, don't just keep playing it down. Self-advocate. Better you self-advocate and are diagnosed earlier. Yeah. So I love that question and thank you guys. It gives me an opportunity. Yeah.
Sorry. I used to make a list of things what I want to ask doctor and tell them, and a doctor goes, "Oh, you have to. You are here for just one thing. You can't ask for so many things. You have to make another appointment." Yes. And I was telling them about that cyst was blocking my bowels and blood because I couldn't even go close them, and they were telling me to have other things like giving me that medicine I forgot the name of the medicine, is pink. Have this and it will make you go.
Yes.
And
that's
point. Not right.
That's not right.
No.
Question I've got before I bring Neil come on. Claire, obviously you've heard, Victoria, you've heard Naliba's story. Is things changing with healthcare professionals, GPs? Yes. Are they better in terms of early, sending people to get early diagnosis? Because obviously when she was told she may be pregnant and then she went to the hospital, and then again the healthcare professional was, having assumptions around she may be pregnant. It's really, we need to look at what has that changed over time.
Yes, so we have seen things change over time in lots of countries, actually, not just in the UK. And part of that has been around charities, part of that has been around NICE, so the National Institute for Clinical Excellence, has now actually published guidelines on if somebody presents with these symptoms, then you have to test them for a CA125 at this point, and then you have to refer them for a transvaginal ultrasound at this point. So there are much clearer guidelines. Still, I would say that with ovarian cancer, it's always going to be tricky because, as Nalini has shown us, it presents in different ways. Yes, there were the common symptoms, but also on top of that, she experienced indigestion. And actually, that comes back to that know your normal and self-advocate. I think we can see that definitely we did a piece of research in 2006, then again in 2016, and then again last year. And we have seen people waiting far less time to have those tests that they need to have, and therefore far less time until diagnosis, which means they can get onto treatment sooner. One of the complexities which Dr. Anjali, which will be nodding her head and thinking about, is the fact that actually quite often ovarian cancer is not symptomatic at stages 1 and 2. So that, all of the research internationally shows that actually a lot of women, even if they had self-advocated, they still would be diagnosed at stage 3 rather than stage 4. But what we would always say is, if you are given a diagnosis when you are feeling healthier, before the diagnosis means that you've started to lose weight, get ascites, so sort of kind of fluid buildup. Before that point, if you pay attention and self-advocate, and if your doctor picks it up and you're diagnosed at an earlier point before you become unwell, like really symptomatic, then actually you're going to have a wider choice of treatments. Because if you're incredibly unwell, it's going to be difficult for you to go, if you're diagnosed as an emergency presentation, we hear about this all the time on our support lines, it's very difficult for the doctors, for the medical oncologist to give you chemotherapy because you're incredibly unwell. You can't tolerate much. It's even harder for them to be putting you through a major surgery. So the sooner the better. And as we've talked about on this call, also embracing all of it. Knowledge is power with this disease. Really self-advocating, and knowledge is power, because you will be able to make the decisions and understand better what your options are. And so, yeah, Kira, I would say we're definitely getting better at faster diagnosis. I don't know. I think it will be a long time and more research. We would need screening really to be diagnosing people at stages 1 and 2, and we're not there yet. So in terms of clinical understanding and pathological, disease understanding, we're not there yet. But diagnosis earlier before people become unwell, really important. And it sounds like, Nalini, yeah, that was you. You were diagnosed at an early enough stage when you were well enough to go through treatment, and you persevered and you hung in there and you got that. And all power to you. Imagine if you'd have waited another 6 months. You would not have been able to undergo all of the treatment that you did.
I can't even talk about it because of the people who are judging and all that. In our community, we can't talk about if women have any kind of illness or something, because they think, oh, the children gonna get that and having problem getting married or like that. But now I joined this Saha group and I can talk about it with everybody. I got a lot of confidence of it. Even I'm a bit nervous today to talk about it, but still I got confidence after I started going to this group, the Saha group, and met so many people who suffered cancer and different kind of cancer and all that.
And your bravery will be helping other people.
Yeah,
that's how this
telling
works.
Other people about my journey now, because I never talked about it before. So I can tell them how it happens and all that. So people get to know that what sort of symptoms they get when ovarian cancer, because they are happening. Even my sister in America right now, she's got ovarian cancer and she's having treatment. This is third time she's getting her cancer back. It happened to her like 3 years ago, and she was in remission. She said she's fine and everything, and it came back again. She was losing weight and all that, had the treatment. This is third time, and now she's very, very weak, and that I hope she get better soon. But it happened in our family second time.
Kumar, you want to come in, and I want to give Nili Ben one more opportunity to give a few messages to our viewers. So, Kumar.
Thank you, Kirit. Thank you, Nalini, for opening up. You are a living example over there. Anjali is our a resident host as well. Apart from being a medical doctor, she's actually well-being, wellness, women mentor, coach as well in a quite senior way there in India, in Hyderabad. So Anjali, if you connect with Victoria, and maybe even see if we can join a network, because they are ready to expand into diversity and inclusivity. And even if we have to create information in Telugu, that can be done, which will be useful, where you can help and see if you can nurture and expand the family and bring the information for better community and health in the society as such. So Anjali, Kirit, if you could make sure that Anjali is connected with Victoria when we connect Amrita as well, that will be very helpful, because Victoria is very keen to expand the network, not just sticking into UK, but going global wherever they can share or help information. So Anjali,
sure.
If you can action that'd be useful. Nalini,
Sure.
There is a question on social media. They take it that you are of an Indian origin from a Gujarati background.
Yeah.
So Pushpa wants to know, do you find that your diet has changed?
Well, now we have a lot of junk food, but when it happened to me 2002, I was just working and we were just ordinary people eating every day like shak and chapati, rice and all that. We never used to have pizza or pasta or like junk food before. And I think my food was okay. It wasn't like unhealthy. It was healthy food. We were eating salad and
So
all
Pushpa, if you're
greens.
listening, you may not have ovarian cancer if your diet changes or something, but do get yourself diagnosed. She says she's 60 plus. Well, then you're getting live information from Nalini, so don't fear. Go and get your analyzed. Victoria, you mentioned a very good point that keep a note. So if you actually keep a diary of what you were eating when something happens, what time it happened, what activity were you pursuing that it happened, if you keep these records, you will actually help your doctors diagnose faster because you will have a track of whether it's the food that's triggering or your method or your activity or your state. Keep your own diary, know yourself. Victoria is saying if you could know yourself and you find suddenly even a notable change, then maybe, and if it's persisting, then yes, please do check it out, which is very important. Nalini, you know Victoria?
Not really, but she's from Overcome, and I am the member of Overcome from a long time. I get all this magazine every time, and I wish I could go and see Manisha Koirala, but that day I'm a bit busy.
Well, at the moment, this time it will be in London, but I'm sure next time they can plan a road show with the Midland. But Kirit, why don't you introduce Nalini just not as a member, if she can even be part of a team where Victoria requires a Gujarati speaking experienced person. Victoria has very clearly said the more they can grow with diversity, the better it is. So Nalini can be sitting in that uniform over there in front of the doorstep where she could help as well, because this is all part of healing our earth. We unite communities for betterment of community enhancement, women empowerment as well. Obviously, ovarian cancer is more akin to women because it's a women-led cancer. So wonderful, all of you are so many wonderful guests. And Kirit, you want Nalini to give some tips before we go to Russia in about 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, thank you.
Just
one final message to our viewers, Nalini, in terms of something that you feel as a result of your journey, you would tell others of what they should do.
Yeah, you got to talk. It's good to talk and let other people know, and you get to know other things as well. So you got to talk and tell people, and talking is really good for your mental health as well. And come and join our group as well, Saha, because I started to talk after I joined the Saha group. Before that, I couldn't even talk even in the family. I definitely can't talk in the family, but I can talk to my friends in Saha group and tell everything. Kirit as well. And I want Victoria to know I am the member of the coma. I am a member of ovarian coma, right? And I'm so sorry, I just forget the word. And I just want people to know, go and see doctor straight away and talk and talk and talk. That's my message. Talk about it. Whatever happening to you, just talk.
And you had the great privilege to meet Liz, who's our regional kind of Overcome kind of colleague who works there. So there will be more connectivity definitely going forward. Thank you again for taking time to share your journey. And obviously you're part of the
I am really good talking in Gujarati, so if she need help with Gujarati talking about to other people, I can do that.
Brilliant. Thank you. I'm gonna introduce another wonderful person who again I met through the journey of a motivational guru, and Tony Robbins. That's where I connected with Russia for first time, and since then I've just been really impressed of the work and the passion that Russia does. So Russia's currently doing a PhD, and her specialism is really looking at breast cancer. So without further ado, just introduce yourself, Russia, to our viewers, and also just give them a flavor of who you are, where you've come from, and also just what you're currently doing in terms of part of your research. And I know you've got a presentation, so you should be able to share your presentation as well. So thank you for joining us, and a global namaste from Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Carrot, and thank you for this lovely invitation for this an important event. My name is Rasha Al-Had. I'm from Sudan, Africa. At the moment, I'm doing my PhD in breast cancer clinical trial. As you know, that cancer is really an important topic. It's the most terrifying word in the whole languages. So yes, we need to work all together, to highlighting an important issue about this topic and how to preventing ourselves from getting cancer. So I'm going to share the I don't know if can you see the screen?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, lovely. So yes, my topic about cancer awareness in Black and South Asian community in the UK. This is the incident and mortality rate of the cancer in worldwide in 2022. So in the world, we have more than 20 million new cases was diagnosed or were diagnosed at that in 2022. And more than 9.7 million deaths occur at the same year. If we want to calculate it per minute, that means that we have like 28 new cases were diagnosis and around 18 deaths occur every single minutes. This here some statistic of the cancer in the England the same year 2022. So again, if we want to calculate it, the number of the new cases per hour, that means we have like 39 new cases. So as I mentioned, it's really important topic and we need to highlight how to prevent ourselves from the cancer. Cancer by ethnicity. This is general overview. So for the white people, usually we have high incident rate of cancer, low mortality rate, and most of the cancer, it will affect the people, elderly adults. If we compare this to the Asian group, Asian, they have a moderated incident and mortality rates, and they affecting the people younger than the Black and younger than the white. On the other side, for the Black people, they have the lowest incident rate but high mortality rate. And the high mortality rate due to the cancer in Black people is very aggressive. Therefore, the mortality rate is really high and usually affecting the people in mid age. Risk factor and how to prevent ourselves from the cancer. It will be, they just like two sides for the same coin. So for the risk factor in general, smoking, alcohol, processed food, obesity, all these some infection, and to prevent ourselves. So we need to look after ourselves by having a healthy diet, exercise, reducing the amount of the alcohol and smoking, all these things. Here, according to the Office of the Health and Improvement and Disparities, the physical activities by ethnicity, white, Asian, Black. As you can see that the Asian and Black, they have lower rate of physical activities. And this is especially for the Black people, for Black ethnicity, we have the low rate of the physical activity equivalent to the high rate of the overweight or obesity. The Black ethnicity, they have the highest rate of the overweight and obesity compared to Asian and the white people. Obesity is an important risk factor because it's linked to the 13 type of cancer. And some people, they said that, yes, we have a family history of the cancer. So this is important. It's important, but not like obesity, to be honest. So here, this is the list of all cancers and the percentage of the percentage to develop breast cancer. So if you can see that we have in some cancers like lung cancer, the percentage, if you have a family, is less than 1%. However, in breast cancer, it could be from 5 to 10%. So as I mentioned, yes, genetic is important, but that doesn't mean that since you have the cancer in the family, doesn't mean that 100% you're going to develop cancer. Genetics is just like a light. Genes could be activated and genes could be deactivated. Like you turn it on and off the light. And this is what the epigenetics. This is the science that they want to know what is the real cause of turning or activating the genes. Two famous people, they do a lot of work about the epigenetics and the link between the stress, the emotion, and the epigenetic and expression of the genes. So Press Lipton, he's a professor in epigenetics field, and Joe Dispenza, he's originally he's a doctor, MD, and he do a lot of work in the emotion and how the effect of the emotion and stress to develop a disease in general. Nowadays, there is a new field, they call it mind-body epigenetics. So that means that the mind, our thought, is the real roots of the diseases. And this is the pathway from stress to illness created by Dr. Joe Dispenza. And as I mentioned, the diseases or the illness is just like the top of the ice mountains, and underneath there is like 75% it's hiding, and this is the real roots of the diseases in general and of the cancer specifically. When we are stressed, cortisol hormones will increase. When the cortisol hormones is increased, that will cause a lot of problems. For example, it will reduce the immune system, high blood pressure, heart diseases, and etc. I'm going to mention some ways to look after ourselves. So the most important thing is our thought. Our thought is really important, and there is a huge and very important study done by a Japanese scientist called Masaru Emoto. Masaru Emoto, he just basically talked to the water, just giving either a good words or a bad words. And he frozen the water and studied the crystal of the water after frozen. If you can see top line, all the positive words, and the second line, all the negative words, and you can see the shape of the crystal water. So if the thought could do this for the crystal water, what the thoughts will do for us in our brain. This is another experiment, and you can see it in the YouTube. He just put a label, love, nothing, or hate for the container of food of the rice, and just daily basis start to talk to the water, I love you or I hate you, and then you can see the shape of the rice after a period of time, how it look like. Walking is really important. Walking is exercise, reducing the stress. And one of the techniques, tapping techniques is just one of the EFT techniques. Again, you can watch it in the YouTube to reduce the stress. And if you cannot reduce the stress by yourself, so the most important thing I recommended to see a mental health therapist. So this is just like a quick presentation, and I think with the discussion we could digging more in the field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Russia. Excellent presentation, and obviously it's good to. We had some questions earlier about statistics, and which is great that you were able to present. In terms of the UK context, what do you see from your research you've been doing? What are the challenges of engaging with our communities, particularly around cancer and then breast cancer as well? So, what do you see as the main challenges or the barriers for our communities?
Rasha, before you answer that, if you could switch off your share screen.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, yes, okay.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
So carry on with the question really. What are, from your experience, what do you see as the barriers for within the UK context, within our communities, and possibly how do we overcome some of these barriers?
Okay, very good question. Thank you, Kurt. One of the main things that we have a lot of cultural barrier or religious barrier. So especially, cancer in general is just like a taboo, especially in the South Asian and Black community. No one wants to talk about the cancer, especially if it's like a very sensitive, like a breast cancer or prostate cancer or ovarian cancer. So as I mentioned, one of the biggest barriers is the culture beliefs that, we have a belief that, if the God give you the disease, then you have to cope with it. You don't have to seek any medical help. Third thing that, unfortunately, we get our information from each other. For example, if a lady, she has a breast cancer, then okay, another lady discovered that, she has breast cancer. They're just sharing the information from their own personal view. They don't know, for example, that, breast cancer, it's more than 100 types. It's different by ethnicity, it's different by grade, it's different by receptors. So the problem that, my experience, I will give it to the other. If it's negative, then they will just get the negative experience. And this is lead that, for example, like especially the breast cancer, there is a few rate of Black and Asian. They go for the national screening. The national screening started from age 40 up to 70, once every 3 years. So usually in the GP send once the woman she reached 40, then she will receive a letter from the GP that you need to go for the national screening. Unfortunately, among all UK, the area that there's multi-ethnic groups, it will be the less who attend in the breast screening. So, for example, like Central and East London, this is the most lowest rate of breast screening. What we can do, for example, like this event, it's really important that we increase the awareness of the importance of screening, and to get the information from the right people, and just to be open to talk about the cancer. Cancer could be prevented. A lot, 2/3 of the cancer could be prevented. But if we discover it in the early stage, and how we discover the early stage, that we need to go for the screening. And one of the things that, the cancer in white women is behave different in the Asian and behave different in the Black women or Black people in general. So the most important thing that, and this is, I face it myself when I applied my research, and I want a participant, the majority of participants, they were white. So we need to know what is special about the Black people. We need to know what is special about the Asian people. And I think by raise the awareness in the communities, this is the only or the key to narrow the gap between because how the people in NHS, they know about the difference between us. They don't know. So we need to participate in the research, And then after that, they will see differences between the different ethnicity. Thank you.
Great. Before I bring Dr. Anjali, you hit a great point. This is the thing that we've been trying to do is we have women with breast cancer, and through the focus groups we ran, the women told us, these are South Asian women, they told us that they were never informed about the breast cancer clinical trials when they were going through their journey. Secondly, had they been told, they would have been possibly interested. And then the other challenge was that the services, there's still a lot of mistrust within the communities. So that was the other kind of challenge that came out in terms of lack of awareness of research or clinical trials, some mistrust. And the third thing was, obviously, when you're living in a predominantly area where your high concentrated communities are, we found that some of the women were actually not even taking up services in the UK. They were going back home to India, to Bangladesh, Pakistan, to try and get the diagnosis or get the treatment, because they didn't want their communities or their neighbors finding out that they had cancer. So again, you've raised some really challenging points. Dr. Anjali, from the presentation, I want to welcome you, and also what was your question to Russia?
Russia, it was very enlightening,
Thank
talk. And I love the word epigenetics. What do you have to talk about water, energy, and healing? When we look at cancer prevention, what can a woman do? Or what can their family do? What their communities can do to help prevent cancer through epigenetics, maybe working through epigenetics?
Yes, this is a really important topic because, this is the prevention. If we can prevention something before it's happened, this is what we want. So I think that the most important thing to talk that, we need to talk about the cancer. It's not like a taboo. Back home, they don't call it cancer. They call it the death disease. Even they're afraid, to say cancer. So we need to explain that, what, yes, cancer is terrifying word, but yes, it can be treated if we discover it early. About the epigenetics, about the water, about all this, definitely it will help, because you know what, if our energy is high, that means, the immune system, it will be stronger. When the immune system is stronger, then there is a less chance to develop breast cancer. For example, daily basis, we have more than 100,000 abnormal cells. It will grow in our body, but because our immune system is strong, therefore it gets rid of the abnormal cells. But if the immune system is weak for a reason or another, then it will become weaker, and when it's become weaker, then there is a chance, to develop a disease in general. So yes, to look after yourself, to be healthy, to be motivated, or in what do you call it, in a positive emotion and positive thought. This is the most important thing, and this will happen when when we have like a gathering, because we are social people. We don't like to be isolated. So at least if we have like every month like a social gathering, definitely this will increase the level of energy. And yes, to look after each other, this is the most important thing. Yes.
Caring and compassion among the community for each other, right?
Yes, exactly.
Wonderful, Shash.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Great. So, Rashid, the other question I had was, how important, obviously, do we connect the clinical teams to the communities? Because we're seeing, you mentioned the national screenings have been around for years. The uptake from certain communities is still very low. And obviously, we're trying locally to try and bring the screening teams in the community. So at least when we've got events like the community cultural events, at least that's an opportunity where we can start raising that awareness. But it's still very hard to kind of ensure. How do we work more joined up is my question from your experience and the research you've done, because you've identified some of the research you've done, our communities are not engaging and participating. So, and that's got to be, I'm not just talking about clinical teams, I'm talking about the research institutions, the national charities who work on cancer. it all has to be joined up better from my experience.
Yes, true. The most important thing that, what you do, Kurt, is really nice because it's just, and really nice and important because it's just like a bridge between the community and between the cancer and clinical research. Because, clinical research, they are busy with their research. Community here, they are busy with the community. So there is no any bridge to link between both. So I think like what you're doing is really important. And again, one of the major things, I think, the language, by the way, and the culture. So definitely, if you get someone from the clinical research or clinical trial, speak the same language or sharing the same culture, definitely, they will be more engaging than, to get someone, not because of the English barrier, but at least the terminology, how to put it in a nice, traditional way. So I think it's really important. Yes.
Brilliant. I'm going to, obviously, it's great to introduce Dr. Sunil Kumar, so I'm going to ask him to come, if we can bring him in, because he's going to follow your presentation, but he's been doing some amazing work around working holistically. And again, he's a great author of a number of books, but I'm going to give you official welcome when you do your presentation. But just, I thought from what you've heard is, what's your comments in terms of, the epigenetic, what Russia, and also what the question Dr. Anjali has asked as well.
Yeah, I think thank you, Kirit Bhai, for inviting me here, and it's good to be here. Rasha, your presentation was very good, and I think some of things you already covered what I'm going to cover anyhow. So yeah, there is definitely evidence for various lifestyle changes which can reduce chronic diseases as well as cancer. And the way it happens is obviously all the pillars of lifestyle like nutrition, physical activity, stress management, sleep, all these have influence on the epigenetics. So there are genes. If you got a gene which says you will become fat, for example, for that gene to express is epigenetics. And that expression is on or off. It becomes off if you're on the right lifestyle changes. It becomes on if you go on the bad lifestyle changes, so that once the gene becomes switched on, the epigenesis leads to obesity, for example, or anything for that matter. That particular bad behavior or a bad habit has changed the gene to switch on. So this is what in nutshell you can tell about epigenetics. Obviously, you have covered it very nicely there. And yeah, so I'm going to cover a little bit more probably in my presentation, and hopefully I will align with what you spoke as well. And yeah, thank you.
So Russia, final comments to our viewers in terms of any positive messages or any messages that you've covered, but just reinforce what our viewers should be doing as well.
Okay, positive things. Just to be positive and to be happy, because you know why? When you are happy, your immune system is take all the things, all the factors that make your immune system strong. To be happy, to be positive, to laugh. When you're upset, try to listen to music or to dance. Because you know what, listening to music, singing with the music or dancing, this is you get rid of the negative energy. So the most important thing, how to keep your energy positive and to laugh.
Thank you again. Thank you for coming and sharing obviously the research you're doing, and also we'll keep connected in the breast cancer kind of
yes, my
work.
pleasure.
So thank you
so much. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you.
Welcome. So our next presenter is Dr. Sunil Kumar. Again, as I briefly mentioned, he works tirelessly in his field, but also in the community. He's been very passionate about making sure the community start to take some of the powerful messages which we've tended to ignore. And I met him for the first time last year when he came and helped us with Diwali in Trafalgar Square, helping us to do blood pressure checks and obviously give healthy lifestyle tips. So again, really, this is a great, in terms of what he does, but also people are committed to our communities and wanting to help our communities. So without further ado, welcome, Global Namaste from Healing Our Earth, and we'll look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Global Namaste as well to everyone and everyone involved. Thank you for this opportunity to come and share my work. I'm just going to share my presentation on Belong. Can you see my presentation?
Yep.
Okay, you can hear me as well. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, my name is Dr. Sunil Kumar. I'm a board certified lifestyle medicine physician and a master health coach. I also serve as an anesthetist in the UK and NHS and always advocate for integrating lifestyle medicine across the care continuum for chronic diseases or even from prevention to survivorship in cancer as well. So today I'm going to talk about lifestyle medicine being a powerful ally in cancer prevention, recovery, as well as resilience for the survivors. So this session is about hope, but it also about evidence as well. So it's about what we can do alongside what medicine and surgery do for us. You will see practical science, cultural wisdom, and clear strategies which are tailored especially for our South Asian communities and cancer survivors. So let's explore how simple, sustainable habits can shift the odds and uplift the quality of life at every stage of the cancer journey. So let's begin by acknowledging the global leaders in the field, the World Cancer Research Fund and the American Institute for Cancer Research. Now, these organizations are considered the gold standard when it comes to understanding how our lifestyle choices, especially diet, weight, and physical activity, impact both cancer prevention as well as survivorship. Now, their work actually underpins much of the evidence base we use in lifestyle medicine. They have synthesized decades of global data and continue to lead in setting guidelines that are used by clinicians, researchers, and policymakers worldwide. And so when we talk about preventing cancer through lifestyle change, we are not just offering the hopeful ideas, we are actually standing on the robust, internationally recognized science. Now, how do they do it? I mean, obviously, this slide explains how robust their protocol is. It all begins with a systematic literature review, which is led by the World Cancer Research Fund and the Imperial College in London as well under the Continuous Update Project, which is also called CUP. They examine vast amounts of data of global data on the links between nutrition, physical activity, and cancer risk. So this is not just a quick scan. Those reviews are actually meticulously and rigorously reviewed. The next is, once those things are reviewed, next is the assessment of that evidence. Now, where the findings are reviewed, summarized, and interpreted in expert reports. Now, these include condition-specific reports like the one you can see here on the breast cancer itself, or as well as comprehensive global summaries as well. Finally, all this rigorous science is distilled into clear, practical recommendations, what you can see on the far right. These guidelines inform public health strategies worldwide and help clinicians like us to guide patients on how to reduce the cancer risk through lifestyle changes. Now, this process all includes a data on 17 cancer types drawn from studies involving over 51 million people and about 3.5 million cancer cases. So you can see the input from nearly 100 researchers as well globally. So this is why we can confidently say that lifestyle changes is not just a soft science, it's a deeply evidence-based and internationally validated as well. Now, this powerful visual summary summarizes actually decades of research showing strong evidence linking diet, nutrition, physical activity to the prevention of various cancers as well. Each colored block in this matrix represents the level of evidence for how specific a lifestyle factor is influences the cancer risk. For example, the green color, if you see, the green means convincing evidence is there of decreased risk, and red means convincing evidence of increased risk, and orange means reflects probable evidence, and a gray area which suggests unlikely to affect the risk. You will notice from all these that colorectal, breast, and endometrial cancers have the most consistent evidence. Now, these are boxed here and show multiple lifestyle-related risk factors, which is why the clinical and public health guidance emphasizes these cancers when promoting diet and exercise interventions. Now, what's remarkable in the scale of data behind this is that 51 million participants, as we saw from the last slide anyhow. So this is not an opinion. This is some of the strongest and most consistent evidence we have in preventative medicine. And it forms the backbone of a lifestyle medicine practice and gives us a solid platform to educate, advocate, and empower communities. So this graphic, obviously, this is the core lifestyle-based cancer prevention recommendations. You might have seen it in various forms and media as well. These are not just guidelines; they're actionable strategies based on strong scientific evidence. Let me walk you through a few key ones here quickly on this slide. Like, for example, eat more whole grains, vegetables, fruits, and beans. These fiber-rich foods help regulate weight and reduce inflammation. So I'm going to talk about each one of this in subsequent slides anyhow. But just as this is to complete the completeness of this slide, I just thought I'll probably put these things anyhow. So next one is, so cancer is the second leading cause of death globally, and the burden is only rising. According to WHO, over 20 million people are diagnosed with cancer each year. Now, here is the key message, though many of these cancer cases are preventable, as Rasha was telling as well. The World Cancer Research Fund estimates that up to 50% of these cancers could be prevented through changes in lifestyle, specifically in areas like diet, weight, and physical activity. On the other hand, only about 10% of cancers are linked to inherited genetic mutations. Now, even among them, the inherited genetic mutations, the individuals with high-risk genes like BRCA mutations, we now know that lifestyle still matters, because healthy habits can even reduce cancer risk by up to 1/3 in those genetic mutated patients as well. So while we can't change our genes, we can absolutely change our risk through the power of prevention. This is where, again, lifestyle medicine practitioners, we have the opportunity to make a truly meaningful impact here as well. So why, when we think of cancer survivorship, we often stop at the point where treatment ends. But the truth is, survivorship is not the end of care. It's a second chance again to thrive. Now, cancer survivors face an elevated risk of recurrence or second primary cancers, or even higher burden of chronic diseases they have, like diabetes type 2 or heart disease or obesity for that matter. But partly due to treatment side effects, but also partly due to lifestyle disruptions as well. And even they also have some mental health struggles, like including anxiety, depression, fatigue, and social isolation as well. So this is exactly where, again, lifestyle medicine plays a transformative role. Now, what is lifestyle medicine? Lifestyle medicine is a specialty which is evidence-based, and it bases up its science on these 6 pillars. So this is the heart of lifestyle medicine, these 6 evidence-based pillars. They not only prevent disease, but also they promote healing. They also optimize recovery, and at some chronic diseases you can reverse as well with lifestyle changes like diabetes type 2 and some obesity and hypertension as well. So the first pillar is nutrition, where we focus on predominantly whole food, plant predominant dietary patterns, and also coming to physical activity. Movement is medicine, as we know. Regular exercise reduces cancer risk. It improves insulin sensitivity. And sleep, again, restorative sleep is essential for our cellular repair and hormone balance. Stress management, obviously we all know chronic stress is linked to immune dysfunction and inflammation. So we have to manage our stress appropriately. Then social connections, obviously the social connections has been changed to the connectedness now. But again, loneliness and isolation are risk factors in themselves. So connection with people or nature or purpose is always healing. And avoiding risky substances that could include tobacco, excess alcohol, and even ultra-processed foods are included in this risky habits category, just to make it aware that how risky it is. And avoidance of these all reduces the toxic load and helps sustain all other pillars. So these 6 are not separate silos. They all deeply interconnected. And when pillar improves, it often lifts the others. So for example, if you're stressed, you can't eat good food, you can't sleep well, you can't even go for exercise or walking. So you can imagine how they're all interdependent. So now this diagram explains to you how cancer develops over time and where actually lifestyle fits into the complex process. You will see a progression across the top from normal epithelium to pre-neoplasma and then invasive cancer on the right. Now, this transition is not actually sudden. It evolves over years, which will be influenced by multiple interacting factors. Now, at the center, there are 3 main domains: the host factors, the environmental factors, and then comes the hormonal and diet and the lifestyle medicine factors. So in host factors, there are things like genetics, immune function, age, sex, and the microbiome and the inflammation, largely non-modifiable, but still influential. Obviously, microbiome and inflammation we can change now. And coming to environmental factors, these include carcinogens, pollutants, infections, and UV radiation, the factors that often lie outside the individual's direct control. And then comes the diet and lifestyle factors, which we can control. These include nutrition, energy balance, physical activity, alcohol intake, smoking, and many more. Now, they influence the body's metabolic, inflammatory, and hormonal environment. And this in turn impacts whether the cells stay healthy or they progress towards the cancer. So the takeaway here is that while genetics and environmental play a role, but lifestyle choices are the powerful levers. They interact with host and environment factors to either disrupt the cancer process or accelerate it. So why nutrition matters? Let's start with the first pillar, nutrition. Why nutrition matters in cancer? Now, first, the evidence is that diet is a modifiable risk factor in up to 30 to 50% of cancers. That means what we eat daily, repeatedly, can influence our cancer risk as much as smoking or physical activity. A poor diet, especially one high in ultra-processed foods, added sugars, and saturated fats, contributes to chronic inflammation and obesity, which itself is a risk factor for at least 13 cancers, and higher the risk of cancer recurrence in survivors as well. On the flip side, a good nutrition isn't just about prevention, it actively supports recovery. A whole food plant predominant diet improves your immune function by helping the body detect and eliminate abnormal cells. It also has an improved hormonal balance, especially relevant in cancers like breast and prostate. And it improves the gut health, which we now understand plays a central role in both immunity and inflammation regulation as well. Now, the core principles of cancer protective eating, what we put on our plates matters. A plant-rich diet supports a healthy gut, immune system, and hormonal balance. Now, in South Asian homes, we already use ingredients like turmeric, ginger, garlic. These have powerful healing potential as antioxidants as well. Now, the trick is to reduce oil, sugar, and processed items and rebalance our meals. Now, think of your plate as a canvas, make it vibrant, fiber-rich, and nourishing. Again, it's not about being perfect, it's about shifting the pattern to nourish and protect as slow as possible. Now, looking into Asian cultural nutrition integration here, we have to emphasize whole, minimally processed plant-forward foods. Now, these foods are nutrient-dense, anti-inflammatory, fiber-rich. Think like rainbow plates, not restrictive diets. Increase the fiber, antioxidants, and phytonutrients, which are found in colorful fruits, vegetables, legumes, seeds, and supports of detoxification, gut health, and cellular repair. And also, you can use the brown rice, millets, roti, or refined grains. We already talked about turmeric, ginger, and garlic. Encourage more dal, sabzi, fermented foods for a microbial health, gut microbial health. Replace sweetened tea or masala tea with green tea, spiced herbal tea, and all these things. A simple swap you can do, like swap the white bread to a whole grain chapati or a rye toast, because realistic, I mean, there are culturally relevant swaps. Actually, if you look at it, swap white bread for whole grain chapati or rye toast because it produces more fiber, better blood sugar control, and also gut health benefits. And replace sugary tea with cinnamon or a green tea. It lowers the added sugars while gaining antioxidant properties as well. Now, instead of fried snacks, try roasted chana or a handful of nuts. Healthier fats, they've got contain healthier fats. They're plant protein as well, and they produce sustained energy for you. They swap any meat for red meat or chicken or whatever for a mixed bean or a tofu or a lentil curry. Still hearty and satisfying, but lower in saturated fat and inflammation. Finally, replace some ice creams with frozen banana nut smoothie or any smoothie for that matter. It's creamy, sweet, and fiber rich without adding any sugar or fat. Now, these kind of gentle, accessible shifts can make a big difference in reducing risk in our population. The next, going to the physical activity or a movement pillar. Movement is one of the most powerful under-prescribed tools in cancer prevention and survivorship. Regular physical activities is associated with lower risk of at least 13 types of cancer, including breast, colon, endometrial, and bladder. This is not incidental, it's evidence-based and dose responsive as well. Biological benefits: movement improves immune function, helps reduce chronic inflammation, and stabilizes insulin and glucose levels. They are all key mechanisms linked to cancer development and progression. Then for cancer patients, staying active has been shown to enhance tolerance to chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and also improves the quality of life, reduces the fatigue, and even boosts survival rates as well. And the best part, it doesn't require a gym or a fancy equipment. Now, also include daily NEAT movements. NEAT means NEAT. It stands for non-exercise activity thermogenesis, like walking, stretching, dancing, gardening. They all count as NEAT. It's all about consistency over intensity. So let's reframe movement from being a should do to a therapeutic essential. Prescribe it just like a medication. Make it personalized. Integrate into the care plans. Now, how exercise actually fights cancer biologically? Let's break down exactly. It reduces estrogen and growth promoting hormones. So by lowering them, what does it do? It can drive the growth. It can drive the growth of the hormone sensitive cancers like breast and endometrial cancer. Now, these hormones, insulin and IGF-1, they are known to promote cell proliferation and inhibit apoptosis. And elevated levels are associated with increased cancer risk. Exercise improves insulin sensitivity and reduce these levels as well. And it reduces chronic inflammation markers by lowering the low levels of C-reactive protein, interleukin 6, and TNF alpha. Since chronic inflammation actually fuels turnover development into a cancer, tumor development, this is a vital benefit achieved by reducing chronic inflammation. Now, then also regular movement enhances immune system function, particularly by increasing natural killer cells and T lymphocyte activity as well, which help detect and eliminate abnormal cells before they turn into cancerous cells. Now, so what we should do then, how much movement we should have? Any movement is fine. Movement is one of our most potent health tools. It improves circulation, lowers inflammation, regulates hormone that can influence cancer risk. Again, you just don't need a gym. As long as you do 150 to 300 minutes per week of moderate aerobic activity, which comes to roughly around about 30 minutes per day, which is not too much if you look at it. And also 2 sessions per week of full body strength training. So in addition to aerobic activity, you should also build muscle. This is much more common. Having less muscle, sarcopenia, is much more common in our Asian population. We should start building muscle as many times as possible. You can start doing sessions, but at least minimum, if you can do 2 sessions per week, that will be enough to prevent and protect. Then also include flexibility and balance work for recovery and fall prevention, which could be yoga or any relaxation exercises, or even Tai Chi for that matter, you can include here. Now, how we can encourage movement in small, manageable ways that fit into everyday life. And we call them movement snacks, like short bouts of activities sprinkled throughout the day rather than relying only on 30-minute workouts. Now, here are quick examples just to show. To build the strength, you can try counter push-ups, sit to stand from a chair, or a calf rises while brushing your teeth. These help maintain muscle mass and metabolic health. They are very crucial during and after treatment. For balance exercises, try one foot stand while brushing teeth, or a heel to toe walk across the hallway, especially important for older adults or post-surgery patients to prevent any falls. And the aerobic activity, a 2-minute dance break, stair climb, or even walk, taking calls while walking, this all elevate heart rate and support cardiovascular and immune function. Now, flexibility, incorporate arm circles, gentle yoga poses, or a neck rolls to ease stiffness and support lymphatic flow. The beauty of movement snacks is that they're approachable, adaptable, and non-intimidating for somebody whom you are recommending it to. So by lowering this barrier to entry, we can actually we can include them to have this movement in their own daily life. Now, coming to third pillar, sleep. Again, sleep is often the most overlooked pillar of lifestyle medicine, yet it plays a critical role in cancer prevention and recovery. Firstly, sleep supports immune function, reduces chronic inflammation, and helps regulate hormones like melatonin and cortisol, all of which influence cancer biology. Now, research shows that poor sleep is associated with higher cancer mortality, particularly in older adults. Now, disrupted circadian rhythms may increase risk, especially in hormone-sensitive cancers. Now, for cancer survivors, insomnia or a fragmented sleep, there are very common complaints for them, whether due to stress, pain, or even treatment side effects. Now, this can delay the recovery and increase vulnerability to relapse or other illnesses. So obviously, you can describe them sleep as a body's built-in repair clinic. It's a time when cellular cleanup, memory consolidation, and hormonal recalibration can take place. If you don't shut down the system regularly, the healing process gets stalled. So in every care plan, prevention, survivorship, or chronic disease, prioritizing sleep is not optional. Again, it's therapeutic. So sleep is a biological powerhouse. During deep sleep, the body ramps up the DNA repair, supports the detoxification processes, and enhances your immune surveillance. Now, this is critical for identifying and eliminating damaged or abnormal cells. When sleep is disrupted, cortisol levels rise, leading to increased inflammation. Now, this impairs the immunity and higher overall disease risk, which also includes cancer progression. And among survivors, the common issues, again, like anxiety, pain, night sweats, or treatment side effects, they all can interfere the restful sleep. Now, addressing sleep is not a luxury, it's a form of essential care. So how to know if your sleep is healthy or not? Just a quick markers for anybody to advocate in the community. Ask them if they have slept well, at least 7 to 9 hours regularly. When they fall asleep within 30 minutes when they enter into the bedroom or the bed, do they wake up less than 1 to 2 times per night and fall back asleep within 20 minutes? And do they wake feeling refreshed and not groggy? These are the very useful indicators to ask or to implement with the patients or in the community to see whether the sleep is healthy or not. Tips for better sleep: get morning light within 30 minutes of waking, dim your lights 1 hour before the bed, avoid screens in last 60 minutes, try warm bath, use journaling or gratitude reflection to empty your mind before you go to bed, practice relaxations techniques like box breathing or practicing 4-7-8 breathing in the bed. There's so many other things which I probably can't cover with the time we have here. Next pillar is understanding stress in the cancer journey. Now, stress is a natural response to a cancer diagnosis, but when it becomes chronic and unregulated, it can have real physiological consequences. Now, let's unpack this. The chronic stress suppresses immune function, it promotes systemic inflammation, and impairs wound healing, all of which are critical in both cancer treatment and recovery. Now, elevated stress levels are associated with poorer outcomes, including a higher risk of cancer progression and recurrence. Now, the stress hormone cortisol can fuel tumor-promoting environments by disrupting normal cell regulation. Now, many patients experience ongoing stress from uncertainty, fear of recurrence, body image changes, or even financial strain sometimes. And stress doesn't stay in the mind, it shows up in the body as well. That's why stress management must be treated as a clinical priority, not just a wellness add-on. So mind-body strategies like breathing exercises, again, mindfulness, guided imagery, journaling, counseling, meditation, they all have strong evidence in oncology care. So this slide unpacks again physiological mechanisms of how chronic stress fuels disease, including cancer progression. Now, cortisol, as we already spoken in the last slide, the elevation of cortisol leads to immune suppression and hormonal disruption, reducing body's ability to detect and destroy any abnormal cells. Then stress stimulates the pro-inflammatory signaling, creating an internal environment that supports tumor growth, angiogenesis, or even metastasis. Then it reduces parasympathetic tone. So when the rest and digest system is downregulated, we see impaired sleep, fatigue, and persistent anxiety, all of which further stress the body and undermine the healing. So the key message here is that we are not aiming to eliminate all stress. That's unrealistic and unnecessary. What we aim to do is build resilience to strengthen the nervous system's ability to return to calm after activation. How can we do that? Again, through breath work, mindfulness, movement, meaningful connection, good nutrition. We can recalibrate the stress response and create internal environment that promote repair and not risk. Now, again, these are the tools which I already gone through. Next is the connection. The why connection is medicine, if you look at it. This is one of the most powerful yet under-recognized pillars again in lifestyle medicine. Until about 2 months ago, it used to be called just a social connection pillar, but now it's called connectedness pillar, because I'll tell you, I'll come to the next slide, you'll come to know what it is. So research shows that people with strong social relationships have a lower risk of cancer mortality. It's not just about emotional comfort, but it's biologically significant. In contrast, loneliness and isolation are associated with higher recurrence rates, poorer treatment outcomes, and lower quality of life. And loneliness triggers stress responses, disrupts the immune function, and worsens the inflammation. So a sense of belonging enhances all these phenomena and includes connection with people, pets, nature, or community purpose as well. Again, the key message is connection isn't a luxury, it's protective. It helps regulate cortisol, supports oxytocin release, and buffers the impact of stress on the body. So as I told you, it's called connectedness because it has taken into consideration two different types of connection here. One is a horizontal connection, which is connection with you, with friends, with family, with pets around you, and nature. And vertical connection, which could be religion, spirituality, faith, purpose, and anything, something greater, whatever you feel, whatever someone wants to anchor it to. So both types matter. Some patients may lack one, but may be nourished deeply by the other. So what is the biology of belonging here? Obviously, there is an oxytocin release when we feel safe, seen, or loved, whether by a person, a pet, or even a spiritual practice, which Rasha was showing in the slides. the brain releases oxytocin, which helps the calm the amygdala and downregulate the stress circuits. And connection also reduces cortisol and blood pressure. Research shows that emotional connection helps lower the cortisol, reduce blood pressure, and promote vagal tone. And all of this will buffer the body against chronic disease risk. And it also belonging enhances natural killer cell activity, which is a key in fighting infections and identifying abnormal cells, including early stage cancer cells. In short, belonging isn't just emotional, it's a biochemical again. Now, coming to South Asian and cultural models, what we can do is when we talk about connection as a pillar here, the healing, and for many, especially the South Asian community, the connection is already woven into our daily life. For example, in family rituals, think of the group prayers we do, we shared meals we share, and even the informal chai time check-ins. These offer a natural pause and collective care and a sense of rootedness. And community events, weddings, festivals, religious gatherings, and volunteering are not just social, they're also protective. They offer belonging, joy, and intergenerational connection. WhatsApp groups and temple satsangs, or even the mosque prayers, all these digital and spiritual spaces like Gurudwara circles or satsangs, they all provide emotional regulation and spiritual grounding and communal wisdom. Again, the message here is we don't need to invent new systems in our communities. Instead, we can leverage what we already exist. These are powerful cultural rhythms of gathering to activate our healing. The next one is the avoiding toxic substances, which is subtracting the harmful but adding the helpful. So obviously, they reduce by reducing harmful exposure is as important as adding any healthy habits as well. So major cancer risks include like from tobacco, which is linked to at least 15 types of cancer. Alcohol, even in small amounts, increases risk of breast and GI cancers. Sugary drinks and ultra processed foods, you should treat them as alcohol or tobacco, then only we can actually get rid of them. They also drive insulin resistance and inflammation. Even prolonged sitting, independence of exercise. For example, even if you go to gym every day for 1 hour, but rest of the day you are sitting prolonged, which is prolonged means more than 1 hour at least you're sitting without doing anything, which contributes independently to metabolic dysfunction and higher cancer risk. And 50% of colorectal and breast cancer are directly linked to modifiable lifestyle factors like poor diet, inactivity, obesity, and alcohol. That's a huge window of opportunity for intervention. Now, replacing these harmful habits, for example, swapping sugary drinks with infused water or sedentary time with movement snacks, not only reduces recurrence risk in survivors, but also lowers the all-cause mortality. Tobacco, again, it is linked to about nearly 20 types of cancer, lung, bladder, oral, esophageal, pancreatic, anything for that matter. And while we have made progress in reducing cigarette use, the burden remains immense, particularly in lower and middle income communities. One rising concern is vaping and e-cigarette use, especially among young people and South Asian youth as well. Many falsely believe vaping is harmless, but the evidence shows emerging links to inflammation, DNA damage, and potential carcinogen exposure as well. So the cultural products like gutka, pan, and BDs also pose the major risk in South Asian communities, often under-addressed in mainstream cancer prevention campaigns. Now, this is a crucial but often misunderstood topic, even among the healthcare professionals. Any level of alcohol consumption increases cancer risk. I'm repeating it. Any level of alcohol consumption increases cancer risk. It is classified by the IARC as a group 1 carcinogen, meaning there's a strong evidence it causes cancer in humans. This includes breast, esophageal, and liver cancers, among others. What surprises many is that even less than 1 drink per day can raise risk, particularly for hormone-sensitive cancers like breast cancer in women. But when alcohol is combined with tobacco, the risk is not just additive, it's a synergistic risk. This means the combination significantly multiplies the likelihood of cancers, especially in the aerodigestive tract. In clinical conversations, it's not about moral judgment, it's about informed decision making. Patients deserve to know the facts so they can weigh their choices. You don't have to tell someone to go and become a teetotaler overnight, but you reduce frequency and quantity can lead to meaningful risk reduction. The take-home message from here is there is no safe level of alcohol for cancer risk, only lower risk. And that's an empowering message when framed with compassion and clarity to the community. This slide is designed to open your eyes and conversations to habits that are often overlooked, especially in South Asian and multicultural communities. Smoking. Beyond cigarettes, let's talk about hookah, shisha. They are often present at weddings or family events, assumed to be less harmful. In reality, one session can equal the smoke exposure of dozens of cigarettes. Alcohol, in some homes, there is a normalization of small nips at dinner, or alcohol is hidden due to cultural tensions, but still consumed regularly. We must acknowledge this without judgment. Sugar, hidden in everyday sweets like rasmalai, sugary chai, misleading labeled diabetic sweets. These are perceived as harmless, especially when gifted in social and religious contexts, but they do contribute to obesity, insulin resistance, and cancer risk. And lastly, the sitting, I already told about the prolonged sitting. Then a few more slides. I'm sorry if I'm running late of time. The last one is the weight and the waist, obviously obesity. This slide especially relevant for South Asian and other high-risk communities, where we often see chronic disease at lower BMI levels, which means our BMI compared to the European or other counterparts at a lower BMI compared to them, we're already obese. The key point is it's not just how much fat, but where it is stored. The central obesity or the visceral fat around our waist is more metabolically active and it's more dangerous. It's associated with insulin resistance, chronic inflammation, elevated cancer risk, especially for colorectal, breast, and endometrial cancers. For South Asian adults, we use ethnicity-specific cutoffs. For example, the normal BMI is 18.5 to 22.9 in our communities. We are considered overweight between 23 to 27.4 BMI and obese if we are more than 27.5 BMI. Similarly, the waist circumference targets are even lower, less than 90 centimeter for men and less than 80 centimeter for women. Why this matters? Many South Asians with normal BMI still show metabolic syndrome features. So we need to look beyond the scale and focus on waist, visceral fat, and metabolic health overall. Now, encourage patients to track waist circumference and pair this with the simple tools like foot swaps, and walking plans. And this table summarizes how obesity contributes biologically to cancer development. It's not just correlation. There are clear causal evidence-based mechanisms. Let's walk through major ones. Number one is excess estrogen production. Now, adipose tissue, the fat tissue is hormonally active, especially the one around our waist. The more fat it is, the more estrogen. And more estrogen, it is increased proliferation in estrogen-sensitive tissues like breast, endometrial, and ovarian. The next is hyperinsulinemia and IGF-1. It's very common in insulin resistance and obesity. These promote abnormal cell growth and inhibit the apoptosis mechanism, raising the risk for colorectal, breast, prostate, and endometrial cancers as well. Now, chronic inflammation, obesity is a low-grade inflammatory state. It releases the adipocytes, the fat cells releases cytokines like TNF alpha and interleukin 6, which are nothing but pro-tumorous infiltrations. They cause the pro-tumor infiltration microenvironments there. And particularly, it affects the liver, pancreas, and colorectal cancer pathways. Now, also, there's an imbalance in the adipokines. The fat cells release two hormones, leptin and adenopectin. The leptin increases the fat that promotes cell proliferation. Adenopectin decreases and has anti-inflammatory and anti-tumor effects as well. So net effect is higher risk for breast cancer and prostate and endometrial cancers. Then there's a disrupted cellular signaling as well. Obesity alters the mTOR and AMPK pathways, which impairs autophagy or internal cleanup mechanism and tumor suppressing mechanism as well. Now, this disruption is seen in multiple solid tumors. So after diagnosis, the diagnosis doesn't mean lifestyle interventions should stop. In fact, this is when they matter even more. Healthy lifestyle choices during and after treatment help with better treatment tolerance, faster recovery, enhanced quality of life, reduce side effects, and even risk of recurrence as well. Let's think gently, not extreme. Encourage small, doable steps like short daily walk, mindful fiber-rich meals, good sleep hygiene, managing stress, and staying socially connected. So this is more important than anything else in telling them. So this is the last slide of my presentation. Thank you for that. This final slide is a gentle call to action because information is powerful. But transformation happens when we act. First, choose just one pillar, not all six, just one that speaks to you today. Is it nutrition or perhaps sleep, maybe a toxin-free living? Next, set a micro goal, one small achievable change, something you can start today. It could be swapping sugary tea for a cinnamon water, a 5-minute gratitude journal, or stretching before the bed. And then please share your story, whether it's with your family, your WhatsApp group, or online or anybody, because when we share, we inspire. And when we are seen, we stay accountable. Let's shift this awareness to real action altogether. You don't need to do everything, just do something and keep going. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Amazing presentation and very simple as well. So I thought, sometimes we get a lot of the jargon, but it was very, very clear and very simple.
I try to keep it for the community. That's why.
Which is great. No, it's great. And that's most of our viewers. Dr. Anjali, any thoughts on the presentation and any comments?
Thank you, Kirit. Thanks, Dr. Sunil. It was a very, very important message for all of us. The pillars of healthy living and lifestyles. It's in our hand. We don't have to actually, open a bottle and have a pill. It's movement, it's connection, it's absolutely good food, good healthy eating, toxic-free living. I think it's all within our hands and within our scope of practice. And we don't need anything extra to actually cultivate this culture within communities. And you really talked about connectivity and connection, and I think that is what we are lacking now because we've become more sedentary, we've become more isolated, and we just want to be like lonely beings sometimes, just doing our work and not having those gatherings where we set chai time or WhatsApp group, community building, which all can break away the stress, which stress being the important factor. So my question to you is, what do you do for doctors like you? Like suppose people like healthcare workers, we are continuously just dealing with people's worries and we are healing them. Now, how do we cope up with such stressful situations?
I think I do breathe and live lifestyle medicine here because it has changed my life the last 6 years. I was completely burnt out. I had my health issues and all those things, but everything reverted and everything back. Since then, I'm just promoting it every nook and corner. The thing how I do is I've cut down my hours of work. That's first thing. And for long time we thought the success is actually it's a work life balance. But for me, I realized success is work life purpose passion balance. Most of the times we tend to push purpose and passion after retirement. But I feel unless you get involved in purpose and passion, which actually increases social connectivity. Also, if you look at the Maslow's law of needs, higher you go, better you become. So the topmost point is purpose. So obviously, once you start dedicating your time to work, to life means you and your family and friends, and then purpose, like why, just start thinking you might have something to do which might change somebody's, you might have impact in somebody's life today by changing, could be a small thing. So that's my purpose every day. Keep an eye on doing things what I can do. For example, getting invited to speak here is my purpose of the day today, and thanks to Kirit Bhai for that. And then there comes a passion. Passion is my lifestyle medicine, promoting it to my doctors, non-doctors, to school friends, families, friends. That's my passion, purpose. So as long as we start looking our diary, audit our life into these four categories, you will live much more healthier, happier life. And that's what I can say from my own personal experience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil.
Just give us those four things again, just so it's broken down.
That's a work, life, passion, purpose.
Brilliant. Excellent. So thank you again. It's every time I hear you and I see you on social media, you're doing some amazing work. And obviously, but one question I have is our communities, let's not generalize, let's take me, I'm a type 2 diabetic, and we've got a support group, and our mentality is the behavior change is coming last. We think, is there a pill that we could use to behavior change ourselves? Because diabetics think, okay, take the pill and then I'll have 10 more jellies or whatever. So I think it's the behavior change that we need to really get, and the mindset change, which we find it hard, which is what you've presented, which is great.
Yeah, I think for me the pill is asking the individual what's his purpose. For example, do you want to see a life playing with your grandkids? If the answer is yes, then you can tell them, I have something for you which can take you to that level. Then you start there. Obviously, lot of evidence, lot of scientific articles, everything comes recommended not to our communities, which doesn't fit, doesn't align most of the times. So we as individuals, our community people who are into healthcare and doing some great job here, we should see how we can actually translate it into our own people, how we can reach them with our own culture. We don't have to change anything. Like social connection is already there. It's predominantly there in our communities. As long as we translate and tell them. The reason I started my first few slides with the robust evidence is that people don't know this. They think we're just telling them the hopeful ideas. Go eat well, walk, sleep. They'll say, doctor, I know this. Everybody tells on my TikTok videos or my Instagram, my Facebook. But as long as you tell them, empower them with the evidence which is there and the effects it's producing, they start acting. I have been coaching few Indian people as well. I know how difficult it is to break that barrier. But once you break that barrier, once we know why they want to live and what they want to do, what is their ultimate aim, we can change slowly. It does take time. But we can change. So we can making small changes. For example, I've just created a YouTube video where I keep talking about. I write in British Asian newspapers here as well about all these things. I am from Karnataka in India. So in Kannada Prabha, every week I write an article about lifestyle changes with evidences and level to the community. So these are all everywhere. I'm just planting seeds. We never know. Even from today's presentation, if one person changes, that's enough for me, because that person will take that message further up to somebody else. So we all should make every contact, make it happen. Like every contact count. That's what they call MEC here, MECC. Make every contact count. So any contact you come with somebody, plant some seed.
Amazing. That's nice to end that. And again, thank you for your giving up your time to be here. And we'll definitely have you back here again. So I'll bring our next two presenters, which is great to have. We've got Stephanie and we've got Kushi, who's actually recently came across them, who are two PhD students from King's College London. So I'm going to kind of, we've been talking about, Stephanie and Kushi, we've been talking about the importance of getting our communities involved in research and clinical trials, because again, particularly the cancer, but other areas as well, we not seem to get more engagement. So, and it's great to have you both to kind of share so the kind of topics that you're going to be doing in terms of some of the research. So over to you guys.
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfectly clear.
Yes, okay. I'll just share my screen in the meantime. So
give us an introduction about yourself.
yes. So good evening, everyone. So my name is Stephanie, and here with me is Kushi. We are both from King's College London, and we currently are doing a health psychology program, and we are currently representing our Heathcote Lab group. Yeah.
Perfect. Kushi, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Kushi. I'm doing the health psychology program with Stephanie at King's College, and this study is very important to us. It represents the needs of breast cancer survivors and is informed by, conversations with them, and it's really important work. And we're trying to spread the word about this study. Yeah, I think Stephanie will be taking this forward. But thank you so much for having us here.
You're welcome.
Yes, it's our pleasure. So just a brief introduction that our projects are currently under King's College London Heathcote Lab Group, and this is sponsored by the Wellcome Fund research program here in the UK. That we mainly look at mental health and cancer under the same lens. So it's a good news that cancer survivorship is increasing due to early detection and technology advancement with interventions, and more people are having survived cancer. But the issue now is that after cancer, the care for them with the quality and everything, it's not very up to standard, and this calls for more research to be done in how we can support the new normal of cancer patients post cancer. And one thing is that they face uncertainty about the future, they find it hard to integrate back to the community in their lifestyle at work. And this requires lots of support in terms of mental health as well. And as we look at the statistics here, our interest particularly looks at breast cancer survivor population. It is one of the major group here in the UK. And knowing that there's more than 2.3 million new breast cancer cases every year, and how breast cancer also ties into fatigue and chronic pain as they go through chemotherapy, they go through various treatment plans, and it can be both physically and emotionally tolling. So it is found that 20 to 50% of breast cancer survivors actually develop anxiety after diagnosis. This comes with a lot of mistrust with their body. A lot of patients would say things that I have had a healthy lifestyle, I ate healthily, I exercise, but why me? Why did I get cancer? And this caused a mistrust with their body. They think that has my body betrayed me? Is my body my enemy now, turning against me, developing generating cells that are harming the good cells, and my organs are like shutting down. So the proposal with our lab group here is, could there be an intersection in between your physical self and your mental well-being? The mental self that builds up on trust, that builds on resilience, that builds on positive mindset that my body is actually not in adversary against me, but um, my body is with me fighting against cancer. And this is part of a growing research around how the mind and the body is connected. And we find that anxiety can be elevated after cancer when this requires the integration of a physiological intervention or therapy in relieving anxiety. And how this is done, it's by our amazing supervisors here. We have Lauren Heathcote as well as Georgina Lockwood, which they have started this project since 2023 September, where they invited patients, various survivors in the UK, to come together to have an involvement in the building of an intervention. And they hear from how actual patients who had life experience of what it means to live with cancer, this fear, this anxiety that's constantly within them. Even after they have done their chemotherapy, will cancer come back? When will it come back? And this affects a lot of how they live their life, how they have to care for their families, and we hear what is mainly on their mind and what the main troubles are. And one of the main troubles that they find is to listen to their body accurately, to understand if something like a cyst that pops up again, if means cancer is back, or does it mean that it's just something that I don't have to be that anxious about, and it's just non-harmful. So with this program, they needed surveys to be done. So right now, with the help of Kushi as well, who has been reaching out to you guys, is that we need more people to voice out their life experience, because by hearing your experience, it helps to build into this therapy that we are coming up with, and we would like it to be as close to as for real population to resonate with. And we need actual voices to help shape what we can do. And this will help not just people in the UK, but globally as well, as we plan to extend this to people from different nationality, people from different culture, background. But for now, since we are based in London at Guy's Hospital, we would require the local community here for people who are currently in the UK, who can read and write in English and have completed their primary or secondary cancer experience. to partake in our study. And why do we need patients to be involved? So by taking part, you will actually help researchers to understand how feelings like anxiety, stress, and emotional changes and physically experienced after a cancer diagnosis to help shape how support can be for people with breast cancer in the future. And because breast cancer happens that is embodied within your body, the anxiety that drives through it as well is actually different from people from different populations that experience anxiety. It's different for breast cancer survivors because the source of anxiety is literally in my body. It is the cancer that is happening. And this is a really quick survey that we would love people who experience breast cancer to answer. It only takes around 30 minutes. We would just ask about your breast cancer diagnosis, the types of treatment that you have taken, your mental health state. This includes your anxiety, stress level, your emotions. How do you feel about your body? This includes the chronic pain that you might be experiencing. Is it high or low? And fatigue on a regular basis. And lastly, which is one of the most important information that we can ever get, is an open question for you to describe in your own words. How do you think and feel about your body? We have a ton of different responses. People who have said that they are very proud of their body for what they have been through, and they think that their body are resilient in fighting against cancer. But we also have people who would say that they have been struggling with their body. They think that their body has let them down, and it can be quite devastating for them. And all these helps feed into the therapy that we can shape. So this is the poster that we have attached in for for you to share among your WhatsApp group or any charities that you know. And there is a QR code and a link as well. So to take part in it, once you scan the QR code or you log on the website, you can fill up some consent form and that 30 minutes questionnaire. So that is all from me and Kushi here today. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. That's great to hear about this research you're doing. Just one question in terms of for people who have gone through their breast cancer journey, what is your time period that they can be involved in? How soon do they have had to have their treatment to be able to participate? Is it, or are you looking for people currently going through treatment?
We are looking for people. Yeah, Kushi.
Go ahead. Yeah, so we're looking for people who have either finished their treatment for primary breast cancer, or have finished treatment for secondary breast cancer, or are currently going through the experience of secondary breast cancer. So the idea is to understand their experiences after survivorship and how they feel about their body, and if they've gone through the experience of cancer a second time, then what are the different experiences they're feeling and how anxiety changes, and what are the different physical and mental health factors that go into play. Yeah. And just to add on to what Stephanie just said, I think South Asians are very underrepresented in research, and we're trying to change that and get different populations and diversity into our study. So if anybody knows women who have gone through this experience of breast cancer in the UK, we would request you to please share this with them and help us understand experiences of diverse women in this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for joining us. And obviously, we'll be helping you to try and recruit for your people that would benefit. The only slight question we keep getting is obviously your criteria of must be able to read and write English is a bit of can be an access issue. And one of the things that obviously I know it's part of your process of ethics, that's what you've gone through, but something to bear in mind that obviously, depending on how many you recruit, and if there are keep your data quite clearly when you're asking people who are participating, because you may find that that was probably one of the barriers. But just keep that as a record in terms of language. Dr. Anjali, research is very important. Our communities don't get involved, so this is we can keep giving them the information. We can keep telling them to get involved, but how do we? And is it the same in India? Do you have the same sort of challenge of getting our communities to get involved in research?
Yeah, research is a very very obsolete term in terms of cancer research in India, because we have participants, we have good hospitals and good research labs which can look into it, but getting candidate, as Khushi has also mentioned, Stephanie has also mentioned, that people taking part in surveys would really help to get to the root of the what is happening, why it is not happening, or who should help you. All these things have to be gathered in one database for India. So not it's happening, but not at a level where people know that it is happening, kind of thing. So awareness has to be built, as I think Kushi and Stephanie, they are doing a fabulous job. But in India, we still are having this word called taboo word around cancer, or we're scared to talk about discussing about it, or even getting help for it at the right time. So I think it's the right time if we, have something like this, what Kushi has done in India too, for all our patients also. So I had a patient who had breast cancer, which habitually it happened like she went to the GP, it was not diagnosed in right time, thinking it was a chest pain or costochondritis, but I happened to, go deeper into it, and I thought, it looks like something more weird. And then I had to send her to the main oncologist. And then we came to know it was a third stage breast cancer. So, like all these things, and she got help, she got surgery done, she got the adequate help, and she's out of it. But again, gathering their data, collecting what are the things missing in our database as to help them right at the right time. Those things really need work, I feel. Right, Kushi? I think so. What do you say about what can people in India do, like to help patients like my patient who went around seeing so many doctors, in the last moment it was like caught.
I think I agree. Like getting research data is extremely challenging, and I've seen that in the last few months as I try to recruit even here. It is a very challenging experience, but I think it's just about spreading awareness about why we're doing this research and how that feeds back into interventions that will help them. And in terms of your patient, I think it also comes back to early detection and setting up setting up centers that encourage women to come in for regular checkups and be aware of what kind of symptoms they're facing, and just to have that clarity in mind. I think all of these are really important. And I think things will change slowly in India as well. I think everybody is making progress. It's just the pace sometimes differs, and we're all doing our best to encourage that.
Thank you.
Neil, come on.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Neil, come on.
Thank you, Kirit. Thank you, Anjali. Hello, Khushi.
Hello.
So, Khushi, tell me, have you approached, particularly the South Asian community are more reluctant, but since this is anonymous interview and collecting data, it should encourage them. Have you made approach to the local, larger community and Hindu organizations?
I did reach out to a couple of South Asian-based charities that deal with breast cancer or cancer in general. However, the response wasn't like I did not receive responses back from them.
Is there
Not
a
sure
deadline?
why.
Is there any deadline for your research?
I think the survey will be ongoing in terms of the larger, like collecting data for in general, but for my particular research that I'm going to be doing, the cutoff will be the end of June.
End of June. Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe keep in touch with Kirit, update him within 7 days. If you're not very happy, then pick up the phone and speak to BAPS, ISKCON, Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living, all those stuff. and I can give you the lead who to talk to in each organization. Okay, and maybe a phone call might help because obviously the person you might be talking to may not have a breast or ovarian cancer or anything, but they could maybe send out on their WhatsApp group that if anybody would like to anonymously give some information, then maybe it can spread like wildfire because community is the best way to go through in these kind of matters. So see how it works. Kirit, maybe you can pass on my number. And then maybe Sarita, Seema, who is still here, Riddhi, they can all get on with a nice, we can just create a simple flyer for it. You already have it in your King's College and just forward it there and see how it does because that's the fastest way of reaching to the community. And even you may bow out in June, Khushi, it doesn't matter. Maybe Steffi or somebody else can pick up even later.
Sure.
I agree. Like WhatsApp has been one of the most helpful avenues as a community to help with this survey. But thank you so much. I really appreciate this. And yeah, I will be in touch and see what the best way could be to take this study forward.
And Gemini would be very useful to you. Do you visit Brahma Kumaris in Wilsden here?
I have not had the opportunity to.
Okay, so it's in London, so it's very easy. She could be very useful, including some research from doctors.
Yeah.
Because she carries out the outreach for the doctors over there, and she's part of Healing Our Earth as well. So again, that would be very useful. And as Anjali said, even keep in touch with Anjali and see how you can explore ideas because the research can be taken globally in different places. And
Absolutely.
King's University is a good brand as well. Maybe it can, Anjali, with your local university there, because you're connected, maybe we can even do an exchange and ideas or something officially while we are there. It doesn't have to be Indian based. It can penetrate South Asian, but it can also be taken into mainstream because the breast cancer is almost in every community in many countries.
Definitely.
Yeah, so it'll be
That
good.
would be wonderful.
Let's
Yeah,
bring in
thank
one
you so
of our panelists here in India and see if he has got any comments. Let's go to Sudhir. Sudhir, you are a panelist at Healing Our Earth. Today is a cancer episode where we want to bring education and awareness to the society. What do you think of it so far?
This is a very educative, valuable session. I'm very happy that I'm here to be with you. And there are time shortage, so I can connect to two universities where I have a relationship. One is Indonesia, Bali. I can write to my friend there. If you are interested in data from there, I may be instrumental in facilitating that one.
Absolutely.
The other one is
Sudhir, what we do, both the universities, let's bring them on board because it'll be nice. So Kirit and Amrita will facilitate a separate email or a trail of on WhatsApp. Let's bring in Khushi and Stephanie because it will also help them in their research, plus to extrapolate how other countries have collected data. So it will be educational, it will be to enhance their research, and how we can cumulatively see what we can learn together. That's where Kirit will come because he's the South Asian Health Action. So I think it's beautiful. So Sudhir, carry on. The Indonesia University and other you were saying. Over to you, Sudhir.
Yes, the other one is in holy place Mathura. It is a large university with about 20,000 plus students in 14 faculties. So I have a relationship that I can introduce and to the best of my ability facilitate the data collection there. Because what I find is, cancer is funny disease. It goes under the radar until it is almost too late to treat it and reverse it. So more awareness we create, I'm all for it, awareness, because that is priceless. Thank you.
And awareness is today's also one of the tagline this is where Kirit comes. He loves doing outreach. He brings in a different language, awareness in different parts, particularly there in Midlands where he is based. So Sudhir, yes, if we connect with Amrita, Kirit, and then Kushi, that can be a separate group. Stephanie had to go away, but you are here and you can lead her into the right direction. Let's expand, extrapolate, and bring more knowledge and awareness for better communities. I think it's a very good idea. Your comment, Kirit?
No, definitely. I think it's this is something that we've been pushing to get more of our people who are going through cancer to get involved in research and breast cancer trials. And this is one of our current work we're going to be doing in terms of trying to increase our cancer connectors from all different types of cancers. And once we have those connectors, they will be the right messengers to kind of get involved in the research, but also pass it on to the community. So, and the global aspects of most of our, most of us come from the Indian subcontinent, you know, so it's beneficial that whatever we do here, we can learn from back home as well, and vice versa. So definitely.
So Kirit, why don't you and Amrita create a Healing Our Earth Cancer Connectors group? That will be very apt. And then bring in Timmy.
Very good idea.
Yes, bring in Timmy from Philippines, Mina Khagram, who knows a couple of oncologists, very senior oncologists here in Malaysia as well. Maybe if we create a group and then keep Kushi, Stephanie, and particularly those students who are pursuing masters or PhD as well, because they will be the current trendsetters using the AI technology. The people who are over 50s, oncologists and scientists and the cancer doctors who may not be very much interested or may not be adapt to technology, the current students may produce the data in such a friendly manner that they can be social media friendly as well. So if we create a Healing Our Earth Cancer Connectors group, then Victoria would be very good in that group. I loved her presentation. Stephanie and Kushi, you have done a good presentation, although you want to collect data. I love the fact that you are ready to go anonymous. Kirit pointed out that we might lose out some people who may not necessarily speak or understand English. Maybe, Kirit, you can find a translation solution for that if there is not too much forthcoming. Amrita, while you were away, so if you could include Sudhir in the Cancer Connector group as well, he will involve a couple of universities. So because it will be a direct introduction, chances are we will get response faster and we can create better outreach.
Yeah, that's a very brilliant idea, in fact.
So it'll be very nice. Amrita, say hello to Kushi, because you are quite senior and you do produce.
Global namaste.
You produce papers and things. So Kushi, keep in touch with Amrita, because from educational point of view, the fashion of using the educational tool, how to collect data and how to process, then Amrita will be also very useful for you there. Another lady will be Dhanada Kulkarni, who is not here, but she's in Texas in America. Kirit and Amrita will facilitate so that our cancer connector group can expand. And this is what we love doing at Healing Our Earth. We just unite the globe. We explore. We bring love, unity, harmony, education for better communities. So Amrita, you're back again, and Kushi is from the King's University over here in London. Stephanie earlier presented. They are going to collect a lot of anonymous data, particularly for breast cancer, either those who are going through now or receiving treatment, or those who have received treatment and how they felt, or those who, when they first heard the news, what happened to them? Did the stress level increase? Did it actually speed up the cancer? Was there a worry? Because I think it's a very important collection of data. Your thoughts on it, Amrita?
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. It's really very nice, in fact, and also a need of an hour. The more we help, the more we give our hands to people, the better it will be. And Kushi, it's really nice meeting you on this platform, and I'd love to connect with you personally as well to see how we can go for further with this. And yeah, Dr. Sudhir, you are always required in that domain of things to push up on university or academia level, because things are incomplete without your help in academia. And as so there are various aspects of the same thing. One is awareness, another is research, and research is incomplete without awareness, and awareness is incomplete without knowing what is happening. And because as studying in a particular institution, I really understand the need of an hour for the researchers to convey those things to a ground level so that it can be implemented very well and can be made used at a ground level. And same way, that awareness to know what is happening and what best we can provide, especially in the South Asian groups, that's very, very, very important. And that I think can facilitate a lot of countries, a lot of people, and a lot of those who require the help, actually. And let's jump down now from there to our future online episodes that will be broadcasted. Okay, so Indian Institute of Technology, India, Himachal Pradesh, Mandi, we are hosting a second international conference on mind, brain, and consciousness, MBCC 2025, which is shortly going to take place, and a lot of preparations are going on. And it will be live streamed as well. We'll be live streaming the talks of Shri Ravi Shankar ji, as well as quite eminent keynote speakers, plenary speakers, as well as the invited talks that we have on the themes related to consciousness, theories of perception, as well as a lot more. So here is the line of speakers where we will have different speakers in the field who are eminent in this field of science, technology, as well as mind, brain, and consciousness themes. And yes, so we look forward to our next episode, which is a World Environment Day, as it is celebrated world over on 5th of June. So we'll be broadcasting it for you all on 8th of June 2025, ending plastic pollution for our land and our future, which is a very, very vibrant theme of today. So we look forward to see you all on that. And then the coming week of that, on 15th of June, we are having a diabetes awareness episode, which will be broadcasted in connection with South Asian Health Association Action Saha, as well as Organ Donation India Foundation lead. So we look forward to see you all, those who have diabetes and you want to know more, just log in. And yes, the coming festival of yoga, which will be in Lumbarda, Croatia, through Embassy of India, Zagreb, on 21st of June 2025, where our lead of the wellness industry will be there, Alexandra, who is hosting this episode in connection with Healing Our Earth. And therefore, you can be a part of it. And to know more, you can have information from info.thewellbeingacademy.org. So if you wish to join and become a part of the Yoga Festival, you can join in. And we will bring to you on 22nd of June 2025, the International Yoga Day special, which will be broadcasted sharp at 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. And how can we forget this? The major milestone for Healing Our Earth, which is incomplete without you and your love. So as we celebrate the 300th episode at Healing Our Earth, let us celebrate together, and you all are invited to give your blessings and wishes, which will be broadcasted on 29th of June 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. So very, very beautiful and vibrant episodes that are lined up for everyone that you all can watch. Thank you.
And so, Amrita, it has been a wonderful session today. We've had so many good information, some nice presentations. So Victoria's presentation, Sunil's presentation, and the King's College should go separately on the website. So Kirit, you and Nishit can initiate that. Maybe all three can go together, just those presentations on a YouTube. Let's make it viral. It's so important that universities are involved. Sudhir, your contacts with the two university and any others that you have got, it will again be very useful because it is going to help the connectors group. It will help the communities as well. And next week, Sudhir, is the Environment Day, ending plastic pollution. If you got any friends or colleagues, then the first hour they can come, which is 2 o'clock UK time. India time is 6:30 in the first hour. If anybody is for environment, then there is still space in the first hour before we lock it. So that will be useful as well. Kirit,
Yes.
how do you think the day has gone?
No, I think it's the cancer theme. We have to keep the momentum going, and I think your idea of having this connectors group is global, and that's what we need to do. We need to ensure that it's not just for one episode. We now need to build the momentum. We've also obviously in the Midlands, Leicester particularly, we will be building on having cancer connectors who have got the lived experience. That model we can then hopefully replicate wherever. So it's really important that the messages are the people living with the cancer journey, and we can only break the barriers and the stigma and the taboo is once we learn what they've gone through. They're the ones that we can help to break the barriers in other countries and our own countries. But it's been great, and again, thank you to all of the presenters who are here, and also to our two cancer connectors who stayed on, Usha Bhatt and also Nalini Ben, because we've got 25 connectors of all different conditions, not just cancer, hypertension, respiratory, dementia, mental health. So the work moves on, but I think having a cancer theme for Healing Our Earth is a great idea, and we can and today we had Dr. Sunil for the first time, and obviously presented some valuable information. He's also a great advocate for lifestyle changes. So again, I'm sure we'll be bringing him on other episodes as well.
And we bring him in the group as well because we have identified that cancer can speed up if your lifestyle is not good, if your stress is high, if you have stopped breathing. Cancer cells are not very happy when oxygen hits the body and your immune system is good. They come, they visit you, and they say, my God, this body is too good, let's find somebody else. So it's very important, the mind over matter fact, the lifestyle. So Sunil did a very good presentation as well. And as you said, Kirit, the idea of the group is not just to carry on what's going on. The idea of the group is how we can share the information using the technology and making it easy and actually inviting for people to put data in or spread the knowledge. Because if we can find that solution, then more people will come. They can have the anonymity factor in there. And those who want to open up, Nalini opened up and it was not worried about any social stigma. And why should they be there? Because a cancer is a cancer. It could happen to anybody. You can be rich, you can still get cancer. You can be educated, you still get cancer. You are a poor, you still get cancer. So does it matter? Cancer is there for almost anybody. So maybe Kirit, Sudhir can help you as well, connect more people. Amrita is busy for this week till after Saturday, Sunday, when she will be celebrating with her own picnic and happiness, because Sunday is when she will be free from it and sharing all the success that was happening. And then we can take it vociferously and bring in some oncologists. Particularly Swapnil will be very useful in Mumbai. Maybe Sudhir, you can also connect with Swapnil in Mumbai, because he every month carries out free treatment and outreach in state of Maharashtra, particularly in the places where they don't have funds. or they don't have education. So, Sudhir, your comment, and before we wind up in 10 minutes with Amrita and Kirit.
This is very important. First and foremost, earlier we discover in our own body the preconditions for cancer is better for us. And second is it affects very near and dear ones as a surprise. 10 days ago, the doctor who used to treat me Ayurvedically, he himself was diagnosed with kidney cancer, which has metastasized, and he had no symptoms, till 9 days ago. This is how dangerous it is, and I wish we put our resources to acquiring as much awareness and spreading the precautions as possible. Thank you.
Very important. As Sudhir says, it's a subject that needs to be shared with people. It can suddenly have an onset, or it can have a long-term symptoms before it becomes onset. So maybe awareness is the best way of doing it. Maybe finding an easy solution of awareness, letting all the groups know that it is not a taboo subject. It's just that a lot of people have got it. I mean, I think 20 million people a year. Is that right, Kirit? About 20 million people a year are diagnosed with cancer?
Yeah, that was the figure in the statistics, but also we will put on on our channel the you wanted children's statistics. We've got them from Cancer
Yes.
UK. So yeah, so we'll this is great because we've got into getting more and more evidence and the data, which is going to help change the services as well. That's key.
And the nice thing is Isha is not very far from Amrita, and they are of a similar age bracket group. Maybe they can get things going. Children, at that age, I think the children knowledge, because they are actually based predominantly in India and very big in Maharashtra state, but they are moving into Gujarat and everywhere. Maybe we can even help them spread the news in India. We can get Lal Gohel with all his connection. Sudhir mentioned Mathura, where Lal Gohel obviously loves because he is from there. So I think together with all our department heads and our health leads as well, whatever healing can do, we should do, because it's bringing education to society and the community. So Amrita, you can maybe connect with Isha as well. A lovely organization. Let's also promote their flyer, put it up in the social media. Kirit, even Victoria's flyer when Manisha Koirale is coming to Houston, let's just send it to as many people. I think all the people who brought in their presentation and their skills and education were all with good energy today. They were not boisterous. They were there because maybe they've felt it, they've gone through with it. So that's where it helped. So let's just spread. And then when Kushi, if she's still struggling with people because it's here, then let's send a nice information to maybe 20, 30 organization and say, if within your field you feel you know somebody with cancer, breast, treatment now or in the past, spread the word. This is anonymous. And I think generally quite a few people would speak and understand English. It's only the very non-integrative people who may not, but maybe Kirit find a solution for that as well, because that's where your specialist skill set comes. So I think that's going to be very useful. Amrita, you need to even sit on that data as well when Kushi finds and Stephanie finds, it may help. And then you, together with the team after your busy schedule, because this week is, I think you're going to work flat out, maybe 18, 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
How is the conference coming along?
It is going on very well, gearing up very fast. A lot of work to do.
And when are people starting
on.
arriving? Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Because
They
Wednesday
have started arriving since today.
already?
Yes.
Wow. So the action begins now. And Wednesday is the first day, isn't it?
Yes, Wednesday is the first day.
And then Saturday, right at the end, you'll be having jalebi, rasmalai, and gulab jamun. Is that right?
No, we are having some Sattvic cooking, and somebody from USA is coming for Sattvic cooking workshops. There is a workshop on dharma, and there are a lot of different workshops and different themes actually.
So the
And
Sattvic people are not allowed to celebrate with gulab jamun or rasmalai?
yeah, they are.
Somehow the Indians will smuggle some sort of desserts there anyway. Isn't it right, Sudhir?
Yeah.
Wherever you go, malpura or rasmalai or gulab jamun, I have to be there.
Yeah.
And Amrita, don't be surprised if you got some Gujarati top professors coming. Just go to their room and fafda, gathia, jalebi will always be there.
Yeah. We have a lot of Gujarati professors here.
Yeah, it's going to be so wonderful. You're doing a sterling work, Amrita, there. There's a lot of work to do, but isn't it wonderful? Nearly 500 people to look after. You already got 450 officially registered. I mean, can you imagine? That's a reasonably big size. And so there's some of the eminent people. Sri Ravi Shankar is also going to join with a session. So he will be delivering a session as well, which will be good. Amish Tripathi, one of the top influential author, will be joining there from Healing Our Earth. Anupul will be there in person. So it'll be, and our Amrita will be addressing many a times, won't you, Amrita?
Yes.
So we are all so delighted that you are at this a special MBCC conference. It's so fantastic. Great. Your co-host and senior anchor will be even hosting that in person over there in IIT Mandi.
Very good. I think Dr.
I
Amrita
look forward for more work and more stuff with all of you rather than anything else, and your blessings moreover. Over and above, the wishes and the blessings are most important. And yeah.
Well, you got it
It
from
would be, I think, a great initiative from Neil, your the idea of having this kind of a university as well as the Cancer Connector group itself is also a good thing that we can promote at different places in the world as well.
And don't forget, Nora, who is senior, who is your friend now, because she is part of the stress. So Nora Vyas should also be included in that group, Kirit,
Yeah.
because stress
Yeah,
and
because
cancer
yes,
goes together as well. So they'll be
stress
very
and
nice.
cancer goes together.
And then the school,
Being a cancer survivor's, being a cancer survivor's daughter, I also feel, Nilkumar, that a lot of people need a support, which if comes at a very right stage, can save life of millions of people actually. And that
maybe
is
what
what is required.
Amrita,
And
you brought
as
a
as
right point. You brought a right point, and Kirit, if you make a note of this, maybe what we should do, we should include a link where if anybody is not happy in their local country or the local doctor or the local authority, they can maybe reach out for a help where we can route the query to the appropriate people. So if somebody is suffering from an ovarian cancer in Nigeria and not very happy, we just send it to Victoria and Victoria will take care of it. If they're not happy with breast cancer, we send it to those specialists. If they're not happy with their lifestyle, it goes to Sunil, because that was the whole purpose of Healing Our Earth, what we do for integrated health, what we do for yoga. Let's do for cancer specialty as a cancer connector, Kirit, as you put, with a link. Anjali, how was your day today? You participated. You're obviously a resident host now as well. How did you feel all the presenters did, and you were following their presentation as well online? Your comments, over to you.
Global Namaste, Amrita. Dr. Amrita, how are you?
Global Namaste, Anjali. I'm fine, Dr. Anjali. How are you?
Nice to see
Good
you.
to see
Yeah.
you.
So lovely talks by everybody, Dr. Sunil, Victoria, Rasha, all of them have, given us such good insights about the condition and how lifestyle, epigenetics, connectivity, people connecting with people and how we can fight it out with lifestyle goals also. But at the same time, there's much deeper sense required for early detection and early treatment. And I think that is what our goal should also be, to detect cancer as at a very root level. Because I have had left several patients of mine, like who just went away and I couldn't do much for them. It really leaves that mark in my heart. Like, we wish we knew this earlier. Why was this the last moment when I met this patient just at the last time and the diagnosis came through so late? I think primary reason being we are not vocal about our problems. We don't go early to the doctors and get it ourselves sorted. I don't know. There can be a lot of inputs from Dr. Amrita also, like what can we do to, just beat this thing about getting late diagnosis? What can we come together as a community and help people? I
So
think
Anjali, while you were just connecting, Kirit, Amrita will set up a group where Sudhir will be there as well, Isha will be there, Victoria will be there, Nora will be there. A lot of senior people at Healing will be grouped together and called Healing Our Earth Cancer Connector Group. And that group will find a solution as to how to help oncologists, researchers, universities connect each other, share the data of each country and each university manners in a reciprocal manner without any secrecy, have a anonymous tool that people can input the data under. So that's the whole purpose, and you will be there as well, Anjali. So let's lead and maybe even create a link where those who are shy to talk to a humanoid or they are shy to talk to somebody on the phone may send their information and we can route it to the right person. So it could be prostate cancer, ovarian cancer, smoking cancer, drink-related cancer, breast cancer, all different kind of cancers. And maybe we can help, and it will also help Kirik because he loves data and outreaches that he brings for the South Asian Health Action. But it doesn't have to stop with just South Asians because some of the data can be used for mainstream. A behavioral pattern can be used for mainstream. A particular kind of pattern may be more akin to the region or a culture that you belong to. So I think this data analysis is also important, using the latest technology, AI-based, using ease of use of social media, creating groups. So that's the whole purpose. And it also falls in line with Healing Our Earth. Healing Our Earth wanted to make sure that it connects people globally, no gender bias, no culture bias, no religion bias, and just bring love, harmony, unity, and education to people. So, Anjali, you'll be part of that group as well. Kirit, at your convenience when you're ready. If they're on Telegram, all of them, then connect me. If not, you don't need me. WhatsApp, whenever it comes to a level, any of you need me, just come to me. I'm always there to learn from you, and any little I know, I will share with you.
Thank you. No, that's great. And I think we've made some good actions from today. So I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Amrita to conclude.
You need to unmute Amrita. Over.
Thank you very much. If it was a wonderful episode, I think, Kirit, you always do a very wonderful job bringing up people on board related with different problems, as well as the experts for sharing their experiences as well as expertise and giving guidance on these matters. And thank you so much to all the people who have contributed for today's episode. And a special thanks to Kirit Mistry from our side. We look forward to see you all the very next Sunday with another beautiful episode at Healing Our Earth as we rock on celebrating the World Environment Day. It's not just a celebration, it's a reminder to save what is our legacy and asset of life. So stay tuned with us on this episode and watch what's more to come. Before we conclude, let's wind up with Gayatri Mantra. ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो